The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 23, 2021. I hereby appoint the Honorable Jimmy Gomez to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 4, 2021, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of a much-needed investment in our nation's infrastructure, specifically our water infrastructure. Let me be very clear. Our crumbling and outdated water infrastructure is in a state of emergency. It is leaving our most vulnerable Americans struggling with water access and unaffordable rates, including my own hometown of Detroit, Michigan. I want to commend President Biden and my colleagues for promoting the American Jobs Plan, a comprehensive federal investment to repair and strengthen our infrastructure. This could not be more timely as federal investment in public water infrastructure projects has fallen from 63% of our overall investment in 1977 to just 9% in 2014. The American Jobs Plans will deliver the investments we need and eliminate the lead pipes and service lines in our drinking water systems. It's unacceptable that in the United States of America, schools are forced to put plastic bags over their drinking fountains because it's not safe for our children to drink water because there's elevated levels of lead. Too much of our existing infrastructure is jeopardized because of lead pipes. And my home state of Michigan knows about this issue all too well. The Flint water crisis brought national attention to the dangers of elevated levels of lead in our drinking water. Unfortunately, what happened in Flint is happening all across this country. In my district, the same problem exists in the city of Detroit. Almost 1,500 students, children under the age of 6, test positive for elevated levels of lead every year. And those tested, about 77% are diagnosed with lead poisoning. Congress cannot stand by and watch as Americans get sick and poisoned from their own drinking water. And I always like to emphasize, water is not a luxury. A pothole is an inconvenience, but water is a necessity to life. We have the opportunity to address this issue right now by passing the American Jobs Plan. It is once-in-a-generation investment in our communities and families. It also includes provisions similar to my legislation, the Water Act. My bill would fully fund the drinking water and clean water state revolving funds, provide funding for public schools to test and replace drinking water infrastructure, provide grants to replace lead service lines leading to our households, and much more to fix and strengthen our water infrastructure. Earlier this Congress, I submitted community project funding requests to support water system improvements for 2 of my communities, Pontiac and Royal Oak Township. These communities are not alone. Similar water system improvement projects are needed across the country. With the American Jobs Plan, we can make that a reality. I look forward to continuing to fight for the access to clean, safe, and affordable drinking water for every American, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this April, the House Agriculture Committee hosted an important hearing on one of America's most pressing issues, broadband connectivity. For years, the digital divide has left many Americans unable to access reliable, high-speed internet service, resulting in lost opportunities to expand businesses, learn new skills, or even participate in daily activities. I see this cost and frustration every day, and I'm fortunate to live in the service territory of a rural electric cooperative which offers quality internet service to my home. But just a few miles away, my neighbors are on the wrong side of the digital divide. I represent 14 counties in rural Pennsylvania, and I can tell you it is like this all across my district with digital haves and have-nots just down the road from one another. It's a checkerboard of connectivity. In the height of the pandemic, I heard one too many homeschooling horror stories that were a result of not having reliable access to the internet. A number of families were driving to the nearest local library, sitting in the parking lot, and connecting to the public Wi-Fi in hopes of completing assignments. COVID-19 laid bare the urgency of rural broadband, but the connectivity struggles in rural communities predate this pandemic, and they will not ease as we return to normal. As more of American life is being put online, more of it has been being put out of reach of Americans without high-speed internet access, and those without are falling further behind. Despite years of efforts and billions of dollars spent, too many communities are being left behind. Broadband is not just needed for our homes, it is desperately needed on our farms as well. The demands of a 21st century farm economy depends on reliable connectivity. The Agriculture Committee has done tremendous work on a bipartisan basis to address the digital divide, most recently with the broadband provisions in the 2018 Farm Bill. Those changes reflected 2 years of work to develop policies and design programs which meet the unique challenges of rural communities. That Farm Bill became law with broad bipartisan support in both the House and the Senate. Unfortunately, those policies and programs are languishing. Changes and improvements championed by the members of both parties regarding eligible areas, long-term network viability, assistance for our most rural communities, program integrity, and more remain unfunded and unimplemented more than 2 years after they were signed into law. This is unacceptable. This is why I recently introduced the Broadband for Rural America Act. This bill is the responsible path forward to bridging the digital divide. It prioritizes the needs of rural communities and is a step in the right direction as we begin to rebound into a resurgent post-COVID economy. Now, I urge my colleagues to join me on this critical piece of legislation. The one issue that unites rural members on both sides of the aisle is the need to address the digital divide. This critical infrastructure void has been exacerbated by the challenges faced by rural families and businesses during the pandemic. Now, I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to tell the story of the 2018 Farm Bill and the improvements we made and continue to fight for broadband investments so desperately needed in our rural communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to stand in support of the LGBTQ community and to recognize this Pride Month. This month is one of reflection. Reflection on the strides our country has made towards acceptance and inclusion, and on the struggles that still exist today. From Stonewall to the AIDS epidemic to attacks on transgender youth across our country today, the struggle for equality continues. This month is one of recognition for the trailblazers of decades past and the advocates on the ground today who make this country welcoming for everyone. But most of all, this month is one of celebration. I'm here to say loudly and clearly to all of my LGBTQ constituents in Nevada's 3rd District, you are respected and loved, and I have your back here in Washington. While we mark 6 years of marriage equality this week and have continued to reach milestones in the time since, we have more work to do. I'm proud to have voted to pass the Equality Act out of the House, and it's time for the Senate to join us. I hope you all take time this month to celebrate who you are And from the bottom of my heart, happy Pride Month. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Champaign Police Officer Chris Oberheim of Monticello, Illinois, who tragically lost his life in the line of duty on May 19th of this year. Officer Oberheim was a 21-year veteran of law enforcement. He joined the Champaign Police Department in 2013 after beginning his career with the Decatur Police Department in 2000. During his career, he received 2 Medals of Valor for selfless acts of bravery. In his time off duty, Chris enjoyed coaching softball and spending time with his family. He was a loving husband, father, son, coach, and trusted friend. His 4 daughters were his inspiration. Those who knew Chris remember him most for his commitment to loving his family and serving his community. My prayers are with his wife, Amber, and daughters, Hannah, Avery, Addison, and Aubrey, as well as the rest of his family, friends, and fellow officers. Chris was nothing short of a hero. In closing, I'd like to share a Bible verse that Chris's family says he lived by. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Grace Hershelman of Hillsborough, who passed away on May 19th at the age of 9 after a lifelong battle with infantile neuroaxonal dystrophy, INAD. When Grace was 3 years old, she was diagnosed with INAD, a neurodegenerative disease that results in the loss of muscle strength, movement, and the ability to speak. Grace did not let this stop her from enjoying many trips to the St. Louis Zoo, rooting on her favorite soccer, softball, and basketball teams, and having a blast with her sister and best friend, Charlotte. Grace and her family also had a huge impact on awareness and fundraising for INAD research. Since Grace was diagnosed in 2014, the Hershelman family has raised about $200,000 for the INAD Cure Foundation, with donors from all 50 states. Grace was an inspiration to all who met her, never failing to not light up any room with her smile. My prayers go out to her parents, Kyle and Mary, her sister Charlotte, and the rest of her family. Grace, may you rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Mark Butcher on his retirement after 30 years of teaching math and science at the Rochester School District, Lincoln Christian University, and Lincoln Land Community College. After working in the private sector for many years, Mark decided to go back to school to get his teaching certificate in 1991. Ever since then, he has taught at Rochester and also part-time at night at Lincoln Land, where he would frequent my family's McDonald's in Taylorville for a quick dinner. Over the past 30 years, Mark has taught, mentored, and given valuable career advice to thousands of students. Mark is known for his Einstein-like appearance and science experiments, which were highly educational, but sometimes caused heartburn among the administration and school board members. He was instrumental in developing the dual credit program at Rochester, which has allowed hundreds of students to receive college credit for courses while still in high school. Mark received numerous awards throughout his career, including the Rochester Teacher of the Year, the Golden Apple Excellence in Leadership Award, Lincoln Land's Outstanding Adjunct Faculty Award, and being named the State Journal-Register's Top Teacher of the Year. Congratulations on your retirement, Mark. Enjoy your time with your wife, Brenda, 4 children, and your 6 grandchildren. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the life of Marvin Alton Hyatt, Sr. Marvin passed away on May 7, 2021, and returned to the God he faithfully served for 87 years. Marvin was born in Dillon, South Carolina on May 12, 1933. He attended and graduated from the University of South Carolina in 1959 with a degree in pharmacy, and later established a scholarship fund within the University of South Carolina School of Pharmacy for those students choosing to enter the lifelong profession that he loved and cherished for so long. He founded Good Pharmacy in Rock Hill, South Carolina, where he operated for 58 years. Marvin was the face of Good Pharmacy, where he greeted everyone with a smile, true compassion, and a desire to serve the hundreds of customers, regardless of race, standing in life, or ability to pay. Marvin was legendary for meeting anyone, anywhere, at any time, and was genuinely concerned and interested in the well-being of his customers. In short, when it came to customer service, Marvin Hyatt not only talked the talk, but he walked the walk, which is rare in today's world. Marvin Hyatt was active in his church, Woodland Methodist, for over 60 years, where he served as treasurer and as a board member. His community service included serving as a board member of Guardian Fidelity Bank, WRHI radio station, past president of the Sertoma Club, Rotary Club, Elks Lodge, and the Alexa R. Good ALS Foundation. Marvin was married to the love of his life, Lois Jones Hyatt, for 63 years, and together they have 2 children, Marvin Alton Hyatt Jr. and Laura Hyatt Sweat, both of which are registered pharmacists and are working in Good Pharmacy today. They have 3 grandchildren, Alton, Katie Jane, and Tyler. The legacy of Marvin Alton Hyatt will be that of a man who served his God, his country, and his fellow man. He exemplified service above self, and for the 87 years that he walked on this earth, his life was a true testament of living out his Christian faith in word and in deed. I yield back.
Recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor O.V. Lewis of Blairsville, Georgia, for his 90th birthday on June 16th. O.V. has dedicated the majority of his life to Young Harris College. He serves as an instructor of accounting for 48 years and registrar for 31 years at Young Harris College, and retired with the longest tenure of any previous employee. During his time at the school, Lewis had an unparalleled commitment to his students, both inside and outside the classroom, that has lasted well beyond graduation. Those who have been influenced by Lewis, such as myself, praise his positive impact on their education and career. Throughout his whole life, Lewis has been generous with his time, talent, and resources as he continues to devote his life to improving those around him. As a graduate of Young Harris College, I'm proud to rise today to recognize O.V. Lewis's 90th birthday and lifetime of mentoring and inspiring our future generations. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember and honor the life of Fritz Novak, who passed away on June 3rd, 2021. After serving as an organ building apprentice in Germany, Fritz immigrated in the United States and founded the NOAC Organ Company in 1960 in Lawrence, Massachusetts. As a leading figure of the organ revival movement, Fritz influenced the American organ building scene during the late 20th century. After priding himself on the production of first-rate organs for 55 years, Fritz retired in 2015. Fritz directed the construction of 160 organs during his time in the industry. His instruments are found across America, as well as Iceland and Japan. In fact, Fritz's 100th organ is located at Wesley Monumental United Methodist Church in Savannah, Georgia. The music provided by this organ has entertained the congregation of Wesley Monumental for many years, and I'm certain Fritz's legacy will continue through his instruments around the world. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor Harry Strack for his remarkable service to our country. Harry was drafted into the military in 1968 and completed his basic training at Fort Bragg. He served in Vietnam from 1969 to 1970 in the 196th Light Infantry Brigade. Harry has become a recognized veteran in the Sea Isle community by sharing his story and honoring those who served alongside him. Since returning home from Vietnam, Harry has been proud to honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. During the Sea Isle Memorial Day ceremony, Harry received a Quilt of Valor to recognize his selfless service and sacrifice. Harry's pride in his service and duty and remembered those who made the ultimate sacrifices extraordinary, and I am honored to recognize him today. I know that everyone in Georgia's 1st Congressional District thanks him for his service. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Reverend James Owens' commission as a provisional elder in the South Georgia Conference of the United Methodist Church. Reverend Owens has served at Wesley Monumental United Methodist Church in Savannah, Georgia for the past 7 years. Before moving to Savannah, Reverend Owens earned a Bachelor of Arts in Journalism from the University of Georgia and a Master of Divinity from Denver Seminary and Duke University Divinity School. As a provisional elder, Reverend Owens will faithfully serve Wesley Monumental United Methodist Church and the Savannah community. With his passion to share and teach the gospel, I know Reverend Owens will continue his tremendous work as a provisional elder at Wesley Monumental Methodist Church. I'm proud to rise today to recognize Reverend Owens for his tremendous achievement, and I know that he will continue to inspire his congregation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commend an incredible effort put forth in my state during the pandemic. The ARC of South Carolina is a nonprofit that advocates for the rights of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Their work is critical in South Carolina and South Carolina's 1st Congressional District, and they deserve to be recognized for all of their efforts. Like many organizations during the past year and a half, ARC of South Carolina has struggled to acquire PPE, hiring staff, and coping with different social distancing guidelines, particularly given the scope of their work. Margie Williamson and her team have continued providing services at disproportionately high costs compared to businesses who receive state and federal assistance. Despite this challenge, even a staggering number of their staff fell ill to COVID-19 during the pandemic. But their team and their organization was able to provide superior support to all of these families with enormous needs nonetheless. I cannot begin to thank the staff not only at ARC of South Carolina, but every worker across the state everywhere who persevered. You are the heroes of South Carolina's pandemic story. ARC of South Carolina is dedicated to helping families, and I wanted to highlight all they were able to accomplish during the most challenging of times. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a local Amazon driver named Antonio Green, who learned that someone living along his route was undergoing chemotherapy. When he learned this, he thought back to his own family. Green lost his parents and grandmother over the last couple of years, and occasionally he would buy cards and flowers for members of his family to offer encouragement and support. Green, a North Charleston native, did the same last summer for another individual in South Carolina's 1st Congressional District who'd been immunocompromised during the pandemic. Antonio's act of kindness has landed him among 7 people to be recognized by the JFK Foundation. And I applaud all of those individuals carrying out small acts of kindness during the pandemic. I commend Antonio and anyone who has risked their own health and safety to protect others during COVID-19, and those who showed compassion always deserve this kind of recognition. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to restaurants and the resilience of so many in this industry. Specifically, Vintage Lounge, Butcher & Bee, Harold's Cabin, and Chasing Sage in South Carolina's 1st Congressional District. These restaurants did not take any aid or any relief in COVID-19, and they were even closed during the beginning of the pandemic. And they were unable to receive any restaurant relief funds as well. So despite these challenges, every restaurant owner has the hopes of making it through the COVID-19 crisis, but they had to choose a survival strategy that would work for them. And I'd like to bring attention to all 4 of these restaurants who are now open or in the process of reopening post-pandemic. This is a major feat worth celebrating, especially since they faced unprecedented challenges to an already vulnerable industry. In Charleston, Charleston and the 1st Congressional District, our hospitality and restaurant industry has been critically hit. These companies and restaurants had to prompt guests to wear masks, stand in line with city regulations, and if they weren't out by 11 p.m., they had to go by state order. But so many were determined to uphold the same hospitality standards they had in place prior to the pandemic. Vintage Lounge, Butcher and Bee, Harold's Cabin, and Chasing Sage, among hundreds of other restaurants, are now open for business again. And I commend their stories of success during the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with great honor and pride to bring awareness to 2 constituents in South Carolina's 1st Congressional District for their fantastic effort they put forth in our community. T. Young and Preston White helped facilitate the first annual Crosstown Classic Basketball Tournament, which was held in Hampton Park this last Saturday, just next door to my alma mater, the Citadel. These young men arranged the tournament as a way to bring the east and west sides of the city of Charleston together and provide a nice evening for the community filled with food and basketball. I cannot be more proud of T and Preston, showing Charleston and South Carolina and all of our communities how we're stronger and better together, and showing how strong Charleston is. God bless these young men. God bless the state of South Carolina and the United States of America. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about the importance of our nation's infrastructure and how to rebuild our transportation system the right way. While we're hearing about the various proposals from Congress and the administration that would raise taxes or add to the deficit to spend hundreds of billions of dollars and even trillions of dollars on infrastructure, I would suggest this body take a closer look at how frequently infrastructure can be built effectively without further burdening the taxpayer or our children for generations to come. As a member of the House Financial Services Committee, I hear routinely from the private sector, the financial services industry, banks, insurance companies, asset managers, pension funds, private equity firms, life insurance firms, and the like, that trillions of dollars of private capital is readily available to efficiently rebuild our nation's infrastructure without undermining American competitiveness through higher taxes. Public-private partnerships utilize the best features of the public sector and the private sector to finance, design, build, and even operate our critical infrastructure necessary to support safe and efficient channels of commerce, grow our economy, and sustain our quality of life. The best example I've seen comes from my own state of Kentucky, where the small community of Brandenburg partnered with a contractor, the Walker Company, and GRW engineers to design, build, and finance a new wastewater treatment plant for Brandenburg. This project had significant urgency due to the announcement that Nucor Steel intended to build a new $1.7 billion steel mill on the property that included the site of the existing treatment plant. The P3 delivery method, authorized by Kentucky statutes passed in 2016, was utilized to cut $3.5 million in costs from the $8.3 million project and save at least 1 year over the normal taxpayer-financed design, bid, build process. Relocating this plant in a timely and cost-effective manner allowed Nucor to begin construction of its facility, which soon will bring over 400 good-paying jobs to the region. Mr. Speaker, whatever infrastructure bill emerges from this Congress, I would urge my colleagues to reject the Biden administration's call for growth-destroying tax increases and instead look to America's deep and liquid capital markets as the solution and use public-private partnerships as a significant feature of the legislation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize our nation's police officers and honor the sacrifices that many brave men and women of law enforcement make every single day. We mourn for Detective James Kirk, Officer Martez Hughes, and Special Deputy Sheriff Lee Daniel Manns from Kentucky, as well as the hundreds of other law enforcement officers from across the country who have given their lives in the line of duty over the last year. Beginning in 1962, President John F. Kennedy signed into law a proclamation designating May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which that date falls as National Police Week. Republicans and Democrats continued the tradition of honoring officers who serve and officers who died in the line of duty each year since. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, President Biden broke this tradition in his proclamation on May 7th and politicized this year's National Police Week and Police Officer Memorial Day by criticizing police for distrust that some Americans have of law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, blaming the police for the increase in anti-police sentiment is not how we honor those who swear an oath to uphold public trust, even though the officers may become targets for senseless acts of violence. According to the FBI, fatal felony attacks on officers spiked 31.6% in early 2021. This comes on the heels of our nation's major cities, Chicago, New York, and Los Angeles, all vowing to defund their police departments. It's no wonder why these cities have tragically seen a devastating and dramatic increase in homicides and shootings in 2021. This is what you get when you call for defunding the police. To our brave law enforcement officers who protect and serve our communities, I stand with you, and I am grateful for all you do to keep us safe. I will always defend and fight against defunding the police. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor a dedicated leader in rural health care after 48 years. Sheila Kearns retires as the CEO of Harrison Memorial Hospital. Ms. Kearns' service began as a high school candy striper. She served as a medical surgical nurse, an ICU, CCU head nurse, and supervisor of nursing. She led for 5 years as COO and then was named CEO in 2009. Harrison Memorial Hospital, located in rural Cynthiana, Kentucky, serves people from a 7-county region and is one of the few remaining independent, not-for-profit hospitals in Kentucky. The people of Harrison County and the surrounding counties have been fortunate to have a great leader in Mrs. Kearns and her passion for healthcare excellence, leadership experience, and understanding of rural healthcare needs. She will be missed, and I wish Sheila Kearns all the best in her well-deserved retirement. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to discuss our most fundamental, God-given right, our right to life. Enshrined in our Declaration of Independence is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our government should reflect this commitment to life, but the continued practice of abortion on demand across the country runs contrary to this commitment. Abortion deprives innocent, defenseless, unborn babies of their right to life. Thankfully, there are certain legal protections, like the Hyde Amendment, in place to safeguard hardworking Americans' tax dollars and save lives. The Hyde Amendment simply prevents the taxpayer funding of abortions. Since 1976, the Hyde Amendment has saved 2.5 million lives. According to a Morris poll taken this year, the vast majority of Republicans and independents, and nearly a third of Democrats, believe that tax dollars should not be used to pay for abortions. Since 1976, Republican and Democrat members of Congress have found agreement in keeping the Hyde Amendment. President Biden himself publicly supported the Hyde Amendment for decades. In a 1977 letter to constituents, which I have right here, Senator Biden wrote that voting to support the Hyde Amendment is, quote, the position which I have consistently supported. He goes on to say, the Senate, however, passed a broader definition of the circumstances under which Medicaid funds could be used to pay for an abortion. I did not support this version. That's Senator Biden's words. Furthermore, in 1994, in another letter to a constituent, at the time, Senator Biden upheld his support of Hyde protections, saying, those of us who are opposed to abortion should not be compelled to pay for them. But today, President Biden has kowtowed to the radical left and has removed Hyde protections from his budget proposal. President Biden is turning his back on innocent life in their mother's womb. The Hyde Amendment has saved millions of lives and has stopped Americans who are morally opposed to abortion from being forced to pay for it. I call on President Biden to return to his previous position, which opposed the taxpayer funding of abortion, abide by the teaching of his own self-professed Catholic faith, and follow the lead of his predecessors from both sides of the aisle who preserved the Hyde Amendment in their presidential budget proposals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the incredible life and military career of one of New York State's most decorated World War II veterans, U.S. Army National Guard veteran, Private First Class Mr. Kenneth C. Thayer, the handsome man that you see pictured behind me. Mr. Thayer is part of a distinguished National Guard unit that displayed heroic and patriotic service in defense of the United States. In recognition of his unwavering service to our nation, I recently had the opportunity to present Mr. Thayer with the Presidential Unit Citation, one of the highest honors a military unit can receive. Here's the picture of meeting Mr. Thayer this weekend. The Army has requested this Presidential Unit Citation for the 30th Infantry Division since 1946. It wasn't until last year, nearly 75 years later, that President Trump recognized this unit and the well-deserving group of men for their selfless acts of bravery and devotion to our country. Mr. Thayer was a soldier in the National Guard's 30th Infantry Division, a unit known for their exemplary conduct in both World War I and World War II. The 30th Division was formed in 1917, soon after the United States had entered World War I. They fought heroically in France against the German army, and once the war ended, they returned to their pre-war status in the National Guard. Then, on September 1st, 1939, Hitler invaded Poland, initiating World War II. The 30th Division was quickly reinstated by 1940 and called upon to fight. They first saw combat on Omaha Beach on June 11, 1944. Mr. Thayer entered active service on December 9, 1943, just 2 years after the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. A Utica native, Mr. Thayer was sent to the 30th after recovering from an injury he sustained in 1944. His division was nicknamed Old Hickory because the majority of the men were from southern states closely associated with President Andrew Jackson, and Mr. Thayer would grow very close with many of them. The 30th would go on to become one of the most important forces in the United States European theater operations. The 30th Division was in active combat from June 1944 to April 1945, a total of 282 days. One of its most challenging battles was fought at Mortain, France, from August 6, 1944 to August 12, 1944. The 30th Infantry Division was faced with continuous attack from German forces who were attempting to break through Allied lines. Over 2,000 men in this division alone died while fighting to drive Germans from France. But the courage of this division helped turn the tide of the war and will be remembered for generations to come. Mr. Thayer co-authored 2 volumes entitled The Young Liberators, From Civilian to Soldier. I have pictured here the book, a wonderful account, with historian Alan Foote, whose father was also served in the 30th Infantry Division during World War II, Master Sergeant Arthur A. Foote. Writing about one of the artillery barrages during the period, Mr. Thayer states in his book, "I kept on scrambling around in a futile attempt to find someone, anyone I could help. Out of 220 men, I was the only survivor. It was an absolute nightmare." It's almost impossible to imagine the atrocities that these men witnessed. As Americans, we remember the bravery and sacrifice that Mr. Thayer and so many of the 30th endured. Between June 1944 and May 1945, the men of the United States Infantry Division participated in every major Western European campaign from Normandy to the Elbe River. Known as the workhorse of the Western Front, the 30th was ranked as the top infantry division by a team of historians who worked under General Eisenhower. Chief historian Colonel S.L.A. Marshall declared the 30th as the finest infantry division in the European theater of operations. The reputation of Old Hickory is that of resolute dedication and valor. They are viewed as heroic not only to Americans, but to those whom they saved overseas. For instance, in the Netherlands, where the 30th Division liberated the town of Maastricht, the townspeople created a cemetery for these lost souls, and to this day, the community continues to place American flags at the grave sites every May in their memory. The town officials still keep in touch with Mr. Thayer, even though he's living in assisted living. For this service, Mr. Thayer has been awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, 2 Bronze Stars, and 3 Purple Hearts. A man of incredible courage and personal fortitude, Mr. Thayer is a true hero. He served our nation through tremendous strife, and yet he remains humble, gracious, and incredibly sharp. It was an honor to meet Mr. Thayer along with his co-author, Alan Foote, this past weekend and present him with this well-deserved recognition. His life of courage and commitment to our nation is unparalleled. It would have been easy for him to give up in the face of evil, but Mr. Thayer and the men of the 30th Infantry never gave up. They were fiercely dedicated to changing the course of the war, and they worked fearlessly to ensure that America and freedom would prevail. It is truly an honor to share Mr. Thayer's unique story in this historic chamber today. It was the opportunity of a lifetime to spend time with Mr. Thayer and hear his firsthand account of his experiences as a critical player in this major event of human history. At age 95, nearly 96, he is the last survivor of this. Can I just ask for 30 seconds? He is the last survivor of this venerable group of heroes. We will remember him and thank him for his great service. I highly recommend this wonderful book by this great veteran of World War II. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nails, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ish.
As the American economy struggles to recover from COVID, the last thing we need is more wasteful spending on liberal priorities. Inflation is higher than it's ever been in over a decade, and businesses are struggling to get workers back to work because of the lavish handouts from our federal government. What our country needs is a pure investment in American infrastructure, one that would put people back to work and increase mobility for Americans. New roads, bridges, pipelines built by Americans for Americans. But unfortunately, the Democrats have yet again decided to play politics with America's future. Rather than investing heavily in new roads, pipelines, and bridges, Democrats are using their infrastructure bill as a means to push radical left ideas on energy, leaving out oil and gas workers while the funding goes towards achieving the Green New Deal. House Republicans have introduced our version of the real American infrastructure. It's $460 billion versus the Democrats' $1 trillion plan. It includes investment in roads, bridges and transit, water infrastructure and broadband. It will help put Americans back to work and build a brighter future for America. That's what real American infrastructure is about, not pushing far-left policies to appease the base. So if the Democrats ever get serious about wanting to build out America's infrastructure, Republicans are ready to work with them. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer this morning will be offered by Chaplain Gibbon. Pardon me, that's Gibbon. My apologies.
Would you pray with me? Loving God, you who have been revealed in scriptures, proclaimed through countless testimonies, and made known through innumerable and profound displays of your steadfast love, how humbling it is to realize that you, O God, have called each one of us to this time and to this place to have a role to play in the revelation of your gracious plan for all of creation. When we are called to account for this hope we find in you, may we not be found wanting, but may we be prepared and willing to give answer. When we are confronted by the counter-narratives of cynicism and bitterness, may our words provide witness to your truth. When we are convinced of our self-sufficiency, only to discover our inadequacy, may you be merciful to us. And when we stray from the calling to which you have called us, call us back, that we may once again respond to your grace and follow you. Today, may our words be as if they were your own, and our service be fortified with the strength that you alone provide, that you would be glorified in the living of our lives. It is in your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you for that beautiful opening, Chaplain. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee.
Hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Innovation Center's Acceleration Act introduced by my friend and colleague, Joe Morelli. This bill creates an $80 billion national competition that could direct new resources for communities like Rochester, Buffalo, and Western New York to foster innovation and create new jobs and opportunities. I am also co-sponsor of the Endless Frontiers Act, a version which passed the Senate with the support of our senators that would create similar opportunities and competition. Congress for too long lacked a vision to nation build here at home. Now we can enact a plan to compete with China and foster new opportunity and growth. Groups like the Northland Workforce Training Center, the M&T Technology Hub, the Thomas Beecher Innovation Center are leading the way in creating tech ecosystems in my region. Enacting this bill could help propel these entities to achieve their full potential for the benefit of the entire community that could last for generations. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, one of the most sacred American values is the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The right to life is not to be forsaken, and today we see Democrats reject the science of life and the fact that life begins at conception. One of the long-standing acts of bipartisanship is the Hyde Amendment, with one of its most vocal supporters being then Senator Joe Biden. Since first enacted in 1976, it has saved over 2.4 million innocent lives. Americans who hold their pro-life convictions should not be forced to front the bill for the abortion services and violate their belief that life is worthy of protecting. President Biden's recent budget proposal excludes this life-saving amendment after 40 years of being included. This should not be controversial. I will continue to fight to uphold the Hyde Amendment and make sure not $1 of taxpayer dollars goes to destroy the life of an unborn child. These children are the future of our country. Life is too sacred, and we must respect the millions of Americans who believe everyone has a right to life. In God we trust. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many families across the country have felt the crushing economic burden of the pandemic, but additional help is on the way. The American Rescue Plan is delivering on President Biden's promise to help working families make ends meet. This once-in-a-generation investment includes an expanded child tax credit, and many American families are eligible for a refund of up to $3,600 per child, with $300 monthly payments beginning on July 15th. This direct assistance to families will help parents put food on the table, buy clothing for their children, or pay for other expenses while building better lives for their families. These tax credits will also help lift millions of families and children out of poverty, including more than 145,000 children in my district of Ventura County in California. Ending childhood poverty will help increase educational attainment and lifetime earnings, allowing for a prosperous future for America's families and children. The expanded child tax credit also ensures families can keep more of their hard-earned money and keep our nation on the path to recovery. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to ask unanimous consent to address the House for up to 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Hyde Amendment and stand to denounce President Biden's budget that proposes the most radical pro-abortion budget in decades. For nearly 45 years, the Hyde Amendment has saved millions of lives by ensuring no taxpayer dollars are appropriated to support abortion services. This amendment has been included in every single government funding bill with widespread support since 1967. Even President Biden himself voted in favor of the amendment for a decade. What has changed? Who is running the show at the White House? The Democrats love to talk about the big lie. The biggest lie in the country right now is President Biden's promise to be bipartisan. The good people of eastern North Carolina do not want their hard-earned tax dollars paying for abortions like done with Planned Parenthood. We must put faith and family back in the center of our lives and promote policies that support our innocent unborn. I am a physician. Abortion is not health care, it is murder. The Constitution is clear on our right to life, and the Hyde Amendment protects that.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
I believe in the Hyde Amendment should be
time of the
included in
gentleman
every
has
budget.
expired.
Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, with each passing week, we are seeing the tremendous impact of the American Rescue Plan on our nation, in New York State, in New York City, and in my own district of New York 12. Included in the American Rescue Plan is the one-year expansion of the child tax credit. Next month, families will begin to receive credits of up to $300 per month to help with food, to help with rent, to help with the cost of childcare. It is estimated that this funding will cut childhood poverty in half. Let me repeat that. It will cut childhood poverty in half. In my district, New York 12 alone, this will help 54,000 children and lift nearly 5,000 children out of poverty. Knowing the impact of the tax credit will have on our families, I'm asking all of my colleagues to join me in working to make it permanent. When families do well,
the time
our
of the
nation
gentlewoman
does
has expired.
Well. Thank you.
Time of the gentlewoman has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to demand answers and a call for all intelligence into the origins of the COVID-19 virus to be declassified. The United States should not rely on the World Health Organization, the same organization that covered for the Chinese Communist Party in the early days of the pandemic, to deliver answers to the American public about the origins of a virus that wrecked our economy and tragically killed hundreds of thousands of American lives. In April of last year, President Trump and Secretary Pompeo raised concerns of a COVID-19 lab leak. These concerns were completely ignored and censored by social media companies and traditional news outlets due to their vitriol and hatred for the former president. Now, Speaker Pelosi and House Democrats are stonewalling House Republicans' efforts to deliver answers. It is our responsibility to keep this country safe. If the CCP is indeed found responsible for the leak and cover-up, they must be held accountable for the needless loss of life and for our economy. I urge my colleagues to immediately join Republicans in our call for answers. The American people and all those around the world who have lost loved ones deserve answers.
The time of the gentleman has expired.
With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise some of my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
On Monday, I had the privilege of joining my colleagues, Representative Bill Foster and Sean Casten, and 3 incredible working mothers from my community to speak about the importance of the expanded child tax credit. We heard from these working moms how the child tax credit will deliver much needed relief for their families after an incredibly difficult year. They will no longer have to worry about how they will afford their mortgage, childcare, and putting food on the table for themselves and their kids. It's estimated that the expanded credit will cut child poverty in half, lifting 5,400 kids in my district out of poverty and benefiting thousands more. We must sustain this investment in our kids and working families by making the child tax credit permanent to ensure millions of children have the resources they need for a brighter future. Thank you, and I yield back.
It's back. For what purpose does a gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 486 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 23, House Resolution 486. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 2062 to amend the Age Discrimination in Employment Act of 1967 and other laws to clarify appropriate standards for federal employment discrimination and retaliation claims and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Labor now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-6, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees. 2, the further amendments described in Section 2 of this resolution. 3, the amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution. And 4, one motion to recommit. Section 2. After debate pursuant to the first section of this resolution, each further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 of this resolution shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 3, it shall be in order at any time after debate pursuant to the first section of this resolution for the chair of the Committee on Education and Labor or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 4. All points of order against the further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules or amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 5. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 239 to amend Title 38 United States Code to provide for limitations on co-payments for contraception furnished by the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 6. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 1443 to amend the Equal Credit Opportunity Act to require the collection of small business loan data related to LGBTQ-owned businesses. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-7 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 7. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 13, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rule submitted by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission relating to update of Commission's conciliation procedures. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to commit. Section 8. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House a joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 14, providing for a congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rule submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to oil and natural gas sector emission standards for new, reconstructed, and modified sources review. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to commit. Section 9. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 15, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rule submitted by the Office of the Comptroller of Currency relating to national banks and federal savings associations as lenders. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to commit. Section 10. House Resolution 485 is hereby adopted. Section 11A. At any time through the legislative day of Friday, June 25, 2021, the Speaker may entertain motions offered by the Majority Leader or a designee that the House suspend the rules as though under Clause 1 of Rule 15. With respect to multiple measures described in subsection B, and the Chair shall put the question on any such motion without debate or intervening motion. B. A measure referred to in subsection A includes any measure that was the object of a motion to suspend the rules on the legislative day of June 22, 2021, or June 23, 2021, in the form as so offered, and on which the yeas and nays were ordered, and further proceedings postponed pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. C. Upon the offering of a motion pursuant to subsection A concerning multiple measures, the ordering of the yeas and nays on postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to the end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn.
Without objection, the previous question is, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only, and I now ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 486, providing for consideration of H.R. 2062, the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act, under a structured rule. It provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor. It self-executes a manager's amendment from Chairman Scott and makes in order 5 amendments. The rule provides for en bloc authority to Chairman Scott or his designee and for 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 239, the Equal Access to Contraception for Veterans Act, under a closed rule. It provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs and provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 1443, the LGBTQ Business Equal Credit Enforcement and Investment Act, under a closed rule. It provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services and provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of S.J. Resolution 13, S.J. Res 14, and S.J. Res 15 under closed rules. It provides the Committees on Education and Labor, Energy and Commerce, and Financial Services each 1 hour debate equally divided and controlled by their respective chairs and ranking members. It also provides each joint resolution 1 motion to commit. Finally, the rule deems passage of H.Res. 485 and provides the majority leader or his designee the ability to en bloc requested roll call votes on suspension bills considered on June 22nd or 23rd. This authority lasts through June 25th. Madam Speaker, the House is set to take up a number of critical bills and resolutions in this rule, but I'd like to begin by saying a few words about H.R. 2602, the Protecting 2062, the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act. Instances of age discrimination at the workplace, including being passed up for a promotion or forced to retire early, are far too common across the country. A recent survey conducted by AARP found that nearly 2 out of 3 workers 45 years and older have seen or experienced age discrimination while on the job. Importantly, we can expect this problem to be exacerbated in the coming years by the continued growth of the number of older workers in America, which is outpacing the growth of the overall labor force. Discrimination against workers is not only unfair and morally wrong, it creates a major drag on the U.S. economy. According to a recent report, the economy missed out on an additional $850 billion in GDP in 2018, all because older workers aged 50 years and older were not given the opportunity to remain in or re-enter the labor force, switch jobs, or be promoted within their existing company. Clearly, age discrimination not only harms older workers, it harms the country as a whole. Despite the enormity of this problem, the Supreme Court in 2009 made it much more difficult for age discrimination lawsuits to be successful. The court's ruling in Gross versus FBLA Financial Service Incorporated imposed a much higher burden of proof on plaintiffs alleging discrimination than previously required under the Age Discrimination in Employment Act passed by Congress in 1967. This new standard from Gross requires plaintiffs prove that age discrimination was the decisive, determinative but-for clause for any adverse employment action taken by the employer. The new sole factor test replaced decades of precedent allowing that employees need only show that their age was a key factor, potentially among other factors, in the employer's adverse employment action. The Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act simply restores the pre-2009 evidentiary threshold, allowing individuals to show a discriminatory motive was merely a key factor for the adverse employment action, which is consistent with the standard for other workplace discrimination claims based on race, religion, sex, or national origin. This legislation ensures that older workers can pursue their livelihoods and hold employers accountable for age discrimination. The rule also sets up consideration of 3 Congressional Review Act resolutions, all of which overturn harmful rulemaking implemented by the Trump administration. S.J. Res. 13 overturns a rule finalized by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission that provides employers with significant unfair advantages during the informal conciliation process, which allows parties to settle a charge of employer discrimination without going to court. S.J. Res. 14 overturns efforts by the Trump EPA to gut a 2016 rule finalized by the Obama administration, which placed critically important limits on methane emissions from the oil and gas industry sector. The last CRA resolution overturns the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency's True Lender Rule, which makes it easier for predatory lenders to launder loans through out-of-state banks that are not subject to state interest rate caps. Prior to this rule, the true lender in partnerships between banks and non-bank financial service companies was whichever entity had the primary economic interest in the loan. This harmful OCC action changed the test for the true lender to be simply whichever bank is listed on the loan origination documents, making it extraordinarily easy to create a rent-a-bank relationship between nationally chartered banks and non-banks, allowing non-banks to avoid state interest rate cap laws where they are actually doing business. Especially during the midst of a once-in-a-life pandemic and economic crisis, it is astounding that the Trump administration chose to focus on making it easier for predatory lenders to take advantage of Americans in need. Finally, the House is also set to consider 2 additional bills. The Equal Access to Contraception for Veterans Act, H.R. 239, prohibits the Veterans Administration from requiring co-payments for contraception coverage, bringing the policy in line with the Department of Defense and the private sector. And the second bill, LGBTQ Business Equal Credit Enforcement and Investment Act, H.R. 1443, requires financial institutions to collect the sexual orientation and gender identity of the principal owners of small businesses, in addition to existing requirements that institutions collect data on sex, race, and ethnicity. Both of these bills should be non-controversial. And although members of the House Republican caucus inexplicably blocked these bills from passing under suspension last week, I'm pleased that we will not further delay passage of this critical legislation. I urge all my colleagues to support this rule, the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act, 3 CRAs to overturn harmful administration actions of the previous administration, and common sense legislation to support women veterans and the LGBTQ business community. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purposes the gentleman from Texas is recognized?
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
And I do want to, Madam Speaker, I do want to thank Mr. Morelli for yielding me the customary 30 minutes. I would parenthetically note that it took about 30 minutes to read the actual rule itself. So this is one of the longer rules that we've had under consideration, but there are 6 measures included in this rule. First is a bill that seeks to protect older Americans from discrimination in the workplace, protection which already exists. There are 2 bills that failed to pass on suspension last week, and 3 Congressional Review Act resolutions. The legislation considered in this rule will revoke common sense regulations and expand the federal government and create duplicative and unnecessary red tape for America's small businesses, employees, and consumers. In 1967, Congress enacted the Age Discrimination in Employment Act to protect applicants and employees over 40 years of age from discrimination on the basis of age in employment matters. This act is enforced by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. In 2009, the Supreme Court held in the case of Gross versus FBL Financial Services that the standard of proof for a claim under the Age Discrimination in Employment Act requires that age stand alone as the cause of an adverse employment action rather than in conjunction with other evidentiary factors. In 2013, the Supreme Court also ruled in the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center versus Dr. Nael Nasser that the plaintiff must prove that a retaliatory motive was a decisive cause of an adverse employment action. H.R. 2062, the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act, would reverse these Supreme Court decisions by allowing mixed motive claims in age discrimination in Employment Act cases where age would only need to be a motivating factor for discrimination, even though other factors also motivated discrimination. In other words, the bill shifts the burden of proof to allow plaintiffs in age discrimination cases to demonstrate that any practice by an employer for which age was a motivating factor is covered. Eliminating the decisive factor approach disregards those two Supreme Court cases and existing law. Other provisions of H.R. 2062 prohibit a court from awarding damages or requiring any employment activity other than injunctive relief, making the only true beneficiaries of this legislation members of the plaintiff's bar. The Supreme Court stated in the Nasser case that, quote, lessening the causation standard could contribute to the filing of frivolous claims which would siphon resources from efforts by employers, administrative agencies, and the courts to combat workplace harassment, close quote. Republicans are committed to eliminating discrimination in the workplace. That includes for older Americans. Discrimination of any kind is already against the law through the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Rehabilitation Act, and the Civil Rights Act. Today's rule also contains two bills that were brought up on suspension last week, but were unable to pass with the required 2/3 vote: the Equal Access to Contraception for Veterans Act and the LGBTQ Business Equal Credit Enforcement and Investment Act. The final three measures included in the rule utilize the Congressional Review Act to overturn three Trump-era rules that attempted to provide common sense regulations, reduce red tape, and to promote transparency. But in the zeal to repeal all things Trump, common sense, reduction of red tape, and promoting transparency may just be regarded as collateral damage, as everything associated with the former president must be undone in the eyes of House Democrats. First, SJ Res 15 nullifies a rule submitted by the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency relating to national banks, federal savings and loans as lenders. This agency rule provides clarity by determining exactly when a national bank or a federal savings association is in fact the true lender when partnering with a third party to provide loans. In today's markets, it is common for financial technology companies to partner with banks to meet the needs of their consumers. Unfortunately, the court rulings have created uncertainty when partnerships occur in determining who is the true lender in these circumstances. This Office of Comptroller of the Currency rule provides much-needed clarity for market participants and ensures consumers are in fact adequately protected. Federal law requires true lenders to comply with certain consumer protection laws, and clearly delineating the true lender will eliminate this uncertainty. While the majority claims that this rule gives a green light to predatory relationships by allowing a rent-a-charter partnership, this could not be further from the truth. This rule provides greater transparency into such practices, allowing better protections for consumers. With more transparency comes more accountability. And after all, sunlight is the best disinfectant. The next resolution, SJ Res 13, uses the Congressional Review Act to nullify the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission's rule titled Update of Commission's Conciliation Procedures. Conciliation is a process by which two parties may resolve disputes informally and confidentially without ever having to go to court. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission rule is designed to bring its conciliations procedures in line with the Supreme Court's decision in Mac Mining LLC versus EEOC, and would update these procedures for the first time since 1977 by encouraging the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission claims to be resolved outside of court. This rule ensures that disputes can be resolved at less expense in a more timely basis and ensure accountability. Passing SJ Res 13 would not promote a better workplace for employees. It would only encourage more litigation. And by utilizing the Congressional Review Act, this resolution would prevent the Equal Opportunity Employment Commission from ever updating its conciliation procedures without additional congressional action. Simply put, this resolution would only make it more difficult to settle workplace disputes. The final resolution in this rule is SJ Res 14, which would use the Congressional Review Act to nullify the Environmental Protection Agency's rule titled Oil and Natural Gas Sector Emission Standards for New, Reconstructed, and Modified Sources Review. Should this be signed into law, it would have significant ramifications for America's energy industry, but in fact it would have little impact on America's public health or America's environment. In 2020, the Environmental Protection Agency issued new regulations that right-sized new source performance standards for the oil and gas industry. Despite the hyperbolic language in the media and from interest groups, the Environmental Protection Agency found that these methane rules had no real impact on emissions. Let's say that again because it's so important. Despite the language in the media and from interest groups, the EPA found that these methane rules had no real impact on emissions. Simultaneously, barriers to entry were lifted and companies of all sizes were able to compete. This allowed America to regain its position as a global energy leader. Throughout the Trump administration, Americans benefited from historically clean air and cleaner water. Greenhouse gas emissions fell throughout the Trump presidency. The lesson is quite simple. Promoting innovation and investment in the energy sector is a better way to promote economic and environmental success. I am very concerned about this resolution's impact, especially in my home state of Texas. In recent months, Americans have seen sharp increases in the price of gasoline, sharp increases in the price of electricity. Energy costs are rising, and this resolution only threatens to send them higher. History shows us that the most substantive changes that can be made occur faster through innovation and not greater regulation. So with that, I urge opposition to the rule, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate very much the comments from my friend and my colleague on the Rules Committee, Mr. Burgess. I do want to just note that when it comes to discrimination, the standard that we use for discrimination in the workplace that relates to race, religion, sex, or national origin is that those factors are a key motivating factor in an employment decision. That allows a claimant to come forward. That's what we wish to make the standard for age discrimination for older Americans. What's being suggested by my friends on the other side of the aisle, however, are two different standards. In this case, when it comes to age discrimination, that it needs to be the sole factor. Prior to the 2009 Supreme Court case, indeed, these were on par. The same standards would apply, the same criteria, that it be a key motivating factor. And frankly, when you think about it, if you're an older American and you're being denied a promotion, you're being denied a pay raise, and your employer suggests, well, you're a little older and, oh, by the way, and lists a couple of other things, well, because it's not the sole factor that they articulated, you don't have a cause for a claim. And we believe that there shouldn't be two different standards when it comes to discrimination. If it is a key motivating factor, which it was at the up until the 2009 opinion, that's how it should stand, and we should make certain that the law of the land, when it relates to employment discrimination, is the same whether or not it's because of race, religion, sex, national origin, or age. And so with that, I would now like to yield 4 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the rule providing consideration for my bill, the Equal Access to Contraception for Veterans Act. As you know, this rule is necessary to bring critical veterans health care legislation to the floor because last week, House Republicans failed to support the Equal Access to Contraception for Veterans Act when it was considered under the suspension of the rules. They voted no, despite the bill having passed in the 116th Congress by voice vote with broad support. They voted no, despite the fact that veteran service organizations overwhelmingly support the bill. They voted no, despite the fact that women veterans have put their lives on the line for our country and overwhelmingly want equal access to health care. They voted no despite 87% of the American people supporting women's access to contraception. While it is both disappointing and perplexing to me that anyone would vote to deny women veterans equal access to health care, the same health care we give women currently serving in the military, I am grateful the Speaker and the Majority Leader have given us, all of us, a second chance to do what is right. I thank the Rules Committee for its swift action. Contraception is a medication used by millions of Americans for a wide range of conditions, and it's estimated that 62% of our nation's 2 million women veterans use contraception. In addition to family planning, contraception is used to treat or alleviate migraines, acne, endometriosis, and PCOS. In fact, the median number of contraception methods used by women in the U.S. is 3, and nearly 1/3 of women in the U.S. have used 5 or more methods over their lifetime. Contraception is essential to a woman's whole health and to her economic security. Yet women veterans who use VA health care are not treated the same as women in the military or civilian women. Addressing this inequality is long overdue. All veterans and former service members deserve the very best health care without any unnecessary barriers. They earned it and they deserve it. I urge my colleagues to demonstrate their commitment to the patriotic women who make up 20% of our military and 10% of our veteran communities and vote yes on the rule so we can bring the equal access to contraception for veterans back to the floor. Let's do the right thing for equality, health, and economic security for our women who bravely served our country, for all of us to have the same. And with that, I thank you and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll yield myself just time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to immediately consider H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion and Abortion Insurance Full Disclosure Act of 2021. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection, so ordered.
This bill, introduced by Representative Chris Smith, prohibits the use of federal funds for abortions or for health coverage that includes abortion. The Hyde Amendment first passed Congress in 1976 to ban federal funding for most abortions. President Biden's fiscal year 2022 budget request omits this ban for the first time in over 40 years, breaking longstanding precedent. H.R. 18 would make the ban on federal funding for abortions permanent, with exceptions for rape, incest, or if the mother's life is in danger. To further explain the amendment, I yield 3.5 minutes to my good friend, a representative from New Jersey and a true leader on this issue, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend for yielding. More than 20 peer-reviewed studies show that more than 2.4 million people are alive today in the United States because of the Hyde Amendment, with about 60,000 babies spared death by abortion each and every year. Over 2.4 million girls and boys who would have been aborted instead survived because taxpayer funding was unavailable to effectuate their violent demise. Growing numbers of Americans, Madam Speaker, continue to be shocked to learn that the methods of abortion include dismemberment of a child's fragile body, including decapitation, and that drugs like RU-46 starve the baby to death before he or she is forcibly expelled from the womb. There's nothing benign or compassionate about abortion methods. The multi-billion-dollar abortion industry cleverly markets the sophistry of choice while going to extraordinary lengths to ignore, trivialize, and cover up the battered baby victim. By reason of their age, dependency, immaturity, inconvenience, fragility, and unwantedness, unborn children have been denied justice and the most fundamental of all human rights, the right to life. The right to life, Madam Speaker, is for everyone, not just the planned, the privileged, and the perfect. Ultrasound has not only been an amazing diagnostic tool for treating disease and disability before birth, but it has also made the unborn baby more visible. Today, for many expectant moms, first baby pictures aren't of their precious newborn baby, but of ultrasound imaging photos and videos chronicling the amazing miracle of their child's journey before birth. Madam Speaker, 166 members of Congress have co-sponsored my bill, H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act, to make the Hyde Amendment and other current abortion funding prohibitions permanent. According to public opinion polls, most Americans, by a decisive margin of 58 to 38% in a recent Marist poll, agree that taxpayers should not, I say again, should not be compelled against their conscience to fund abortion. Years ago, then Senator Joe Biden, wrote to constituents explaining his support for the Hyde Amendment and said it would, quote, protect both the woman and her unborn child. He said in another letter, I have consistently, on no fewer than 50 occasions, voted against federal funding of abortions. Those of us who are opposed to abortion should not be compelled to pay for them. So says Joe Biden in the past. I wholeheartedly agree. Those of us opposed to abortion should not be compelled or forced to pay for them. Madam Speaker, someday, future generations of Americans will look back and wonder how and why such a seemingly smart, enlightened, and compassionate society could have enabled and facilitated the extermination of over 62.5 million children, a number of child deaths that equates with the entire population of Italy. So with deep respect for my colleagues, I believe unborn children need the President of the United States and members of Congress on both sides of the aisle to be their friends and advocates, not powerful adversaries. Yield back.
Back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to just talk for a moment about the H.R. 239, the Equal Access to Contraception for Veterans Act, which is actually before us today, although some might want to make this debate about other issues. It is not. Comprehensive health care for women, including access to contraception, is critically important. Access to contraception is an economic issue. Helps women stay in the workforce, earn wages, support stronger families. It's even been shown to lift women out of poverty. Even relatively small copays have been found to be a barrier to accessing contraception. Costs associated with contraception result in women foregoing it completely. choosing less effective methods, or using it inconsistently. And Congress eliminated copays for contraception as part of the Affordable Care Act. And as I said, for members of the Defense Department, for people in military service, there's no copay. It's time we did the same for those brave women who entered our armed services and now are veterans. We also want to make sure that we have equal access. Women represent the fastest growing subpopulation of veterans in the nation, yet they lack access to basic preventive health care needs like contraception. So I want to make sure that we focus on what's before us, the bills before the House, what this conversation is about, and not to be distracted by things not before us and part of an extreme agenda. This is a simple issue. It is passed by voice vote in the last Congress, and it's not clear to me what has changed. This is an important issue for women all across America, and we owe that to our veterans to make sure that they don't have additional barriers to contraception that no one else in America has. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to speak again on the defeating the previous question and considering the amendment, I'm pleased to recognize one of our newest members, the gentlelady from Louisiana, Ms. Letlow, for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise to oppose the previous question so that we can amend the rule to allow the consideration of H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act. This critical bill will finally codify the Hyde Amendment and uphold the long-standing bipartisan agreement that prevents taxpayer dollars from funding abortions. While Republicans and Democrats have engaged in heated debates over abortion in the past 40 years, we were always able to agree on the simple principle that public funding should not be used for abortions. The Hyde Amendment, which explicitly spelled out this policy out, has been included in every single appropriations bill since 1976, including those passed under the Clinton and Obama administrations. This common sense, life-saving amendment has been supported by many members of this body, including many of my colleagues across the aisle. It is incredibly disappointing to see that this administration and the Democratic majority have decided to ignore 4 decades of consensus and instead embrace a controversial new policy opposed by over 60% of Americans. As both a Christian and a mother, I deeply understand the preciousness of an innocent child's life. When I arrived in Congress a few months ago, one of my first actions was to sign on to H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act. But whether you are a strong pro-life advocate like me or hold an opposing view, we should all be able to get behind this bill. Taxpayer dollars should not be used to fund abortions. It is a simple, common-sense measure that should have as much bipartisan support this year as it has in the past. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And now I'm pleased to recognize the ranking member of our Rules Committee, Mr. Cole, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my good friend, Dr. Burgess, for yielding. I rise today, Madam Speaker, in opposition to the previous question and fully support the immediate consideration of H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion and Abortion Insurance Full Disclosure Act of 2021. The bill would codify protections for unborn and would make them permanent. These protections are commonly carried as part of the Hyde Amendment, which has been carried in the appropriations bills produced by the Labor, Health and Human Services and Education Subcommittee of Appropriations, where I'm the ranking member for the past 45 years. There's no cause greater for any member of Congress than defending life, especially amongst the most vulnerable. When I was privileged to be chair of the subcommittee, every one of the annual appropriations bills passed out of the subcommittee carried this important protection. Yet the majority has once again begun the misguided assault on life. First, with President Biden's revocation of the Mexico City policy, followed by legislative efforts to dismantle the Hyde Amendment, both of which protect life and prevent taxpayer-funded abortion. Since the Hyde Amendment was first enacted in 1976, it's estimated that this provision has saved more than 2 million lives. It's been supported by lawmakers of both parties on both sides of the aisles and signed into law by presidents of both parties every single year since then. Indeed, every Democratic member, other than freshmen, have voted for legislation containing the Hyde Amendment. When he was serving in the United States Senate, President Biden at that time expressed his support for the inclusion of this provision, a stance he has since abandoned. Eliminating this provision in the annual appropriations bills would be a terrible mistake and at odds with the beliefs of a strong majority of the American people. A recent Marist poll found that 58% of Americans oppose taxpayer funding for abortion, while only 38% support it. Hyde protects the conscience rights of the great majority of Americans who are opposed to publicly funded abortion for religious, moral, or fiscal reasons. It allows states to choose to fund elective abortions or not with state taxpayer dollars, and the people of 34 states have voluntarily chosen not to do so. As we look ahead to the annual appropriations process, I would remind my friends on the other side of the aisle that 200 Republicans, including every single Republican member of the Appropriations Committee, signed a letter to congressional leadership stating that they would oppose any spending bill that did not include Hyde protections. I see no better way for us to continue to celebrate life and ensure protections for the unborn than by making the Hyde Amendment permanent, which we can do if we pass H.R. 18 into law. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now I'm pleased to recognize the gentlelady from Florida, Kit Kamick, for 3 minutes on the motion against the previous question.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Texas. I rise today to urge immediate consideration of H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion and Abortion Insurance Full Disclosure Act. Our nation has stood unified in our opposition to federally funded, on-demand abortion services for the past 40 years. The Hyde Amendment has acted as a stopgap against publicly funded abortion and as a safeguard for our nation's most vulnerable, the unborn. Before the Hyde Amendment took effect in 1980, over 300,000 American children per year were denied their most basic right to life and were aborted using taxpayer-funded dollars. This fight is one that we must undertake in Congress to protect our most fundamental rights and important tenets that make our country great. The Biden administration and congressional Democrats seem to have forgotten that the bipartisan support the Hyde Amendment has received from both Republican and Democrat administrations in the past, as well as the overwhelming support from the American public for this important provision. It is a national shame for this administration and congressional Democrats to overlook and marginalize the right to life that we as Americans hold dear. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is not just a saying. It is a guiding principle by which we should all govern. Let's come together as Americans, leave party lines behind, and support the right to life because America's future depends on it. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question and provide for immediate consideration of H.R. 18 for the sake of America's future generations. And with that, I yield back, Madam Speaker.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just note that we have in front of us two CRAs. We have two important bills, one involving the LGBTQ business community, as well as the Older Americans Anti-Discrimination Act, and we're not talking about any of those. So I'm prepared to talk about those, which are actually before the House, whenever my friends choose to, and with that, I'll reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, at this time, I'm pleased to recognize a valuable member of the Rules Committee, the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishpaw, for 3 minutes to speak against the previous question.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me a few minutes, and thank you, Madam Speaker. In 1994, then Senator Joe Biden said, "Those of us who are opposed to abortion should not be compelled to pay for them." Well, Mr. President, I certainly agree. For more than 4 decades, the Hyde Amendment has ensured the American people are not forced to fund abortion on demand, a procedure at great odds with so many of our personal and religious beliefs, and an injustice that leaves an irreversible mark on so many lives. Since 1976, the Hyde Amendment has had bipartisan support from Congress has been signed into law by both Republican and Democrat presidents and has been supported by the majority of the American people. It has saved the lives of millions. But President Biden and the Democrats want to end those protections, forcing the American people to fund a procedure that is at such serious odds with our personal religious and moral beliefs. There is no more vulnerable person than a child in the womb. Do they not deserve our care and our protection? Does that life not also have value, just like the lives of you and me? Mr. Speaker, I will say it again. We are treading in dangerous territory. Instead of working towards a government that builds all people up for the common good, we are choosing to subsidize the death of unborn babies. I believe that it is appalling, and I urge my colleagues to reconsider their positions. We must pass H.R. 18 and respect the wishes of the American people. Tax dollars should not be used to fund abortion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge a no on the previous question, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time remains?
The gentleman from Texas has 7.5 minutes remaining. Gentleman from New York has 15.5 minutes remaining.
I have no further speakers and prepared to close, if that's in accordance with the wishes of the majority. So I'll yield myself the balance of our time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in closing, the bills in this lengthy rule will not achieve the benefits for the American people that are being claimed. The Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act lowers the threshold for age discrimination cases in the workplace. It is already illegal to discriminate against an employee because of age. Lowering the burden of proof to allow for mixed motive claims will, in fact, only benefit those that actually bring, the trial lawyers that actually bring the suits. I do want to direct attention to a letter that most members received from the United States Chamber of Commerce, and it's a very good letter opposing SJ Res 15. This is the Congressional Review Act repeal of the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency's rule on national banks and federal savings associations and lenders. And the reason I bring this up is because I know many of my friends on the other side of the aisle do claim that their support from the United States Chamber is what makes them bipartisan, and hence they should be reelected. But here we have the U.S. Chamber sending each of us a letter talking about how damaging excluding that rule from the Office of Comptroller of the Currency would be. And if I may just read a portion of this letter, they say partnerships between banks and third parties have become a critical avenue for making credit available to both consumers and small businesses. Fintech partnerships have provided funding for many of America's smallest businesses, which, according to McKinsey and Company, are disproportionately minority owned. So by undoing this Trump-era rule, you're in fact going to be hurting some of the smallest businesses in the country, and I don't think that is what you would have intended. But I, again, going to ask unanimous consent to include the letter from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce under general leave. So the Congressional Review Act is a legitimate tool to review executive actions, but it should not be used as a political tool to overturn a previous administration's actions simply because you don't like the previous occupant of the White House. The CRAs in this rule are not based on sound policy making. They are instead being used as an attempt to score political points by undoing Trump-era policies. So I do urge my fellow members to reconsider these measures by simply focusing on the policy and not the policy maker. So I have no other conclusion than to urge a no vote on the previous question, a no vote on the rule, a no vote on the underlying measures, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to just thank the gentleman, Dr. Burgess, colleague and friend from the Rules Committee, and always appreciate hearing from him. I think there are compelling issues here in this rule, and the reasons that the House should adopt the rule. The Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act is a critical tool for so many Americans who are discriminated in the workplace. It deserves our support. I'm confident that it will pass the House, but we should remember how important it is not only to those workers but to the U.S. economy. H.R. 239, Equal Access to Contraception for Veterans Act, to make sure that women who have served and our veterans have the same rights that every other person in America has, to not have to pay co-pays in order to receive contraception from their health care policy. We also take up critical legislation regarding LGBTQ businesses to make sure they get equal access to credit and equal access to investments. H.R. 1443, which would require lenders to start to gather information on those businesses that are owned by LGBTQ individuals. The CRAs, in my judgment, Mr. Speaker, are all well-informed, and they do focus on the policies which, frankly, we don't agree with here in the House, and which the Senate didn't agree with. The Senate has passed these on to us in bipartisan fashion. So these aren't simply questions of whether or not we approve of the previous president. This is about the policies themselves, and they have found themselves here to be voted on because our colleagues across the corridor in the Senate agree with us that these rules ought to be overturned using the CRA process. So this is an important rule. It affects millions of Americans in so many ways. Mr. Speaker, with that, I urge a yes vote on the rule and the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is on ordering the previous question to the resolution. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. It appears that the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully ask for the yeas and nays.
Gentleman requests the nays and the yeas. Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business of the House is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 486, of which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 23, House Resolution 486, resolution provided for consideration of the bill H.R. 2062 to amend the Age Discrimination in Employment Act of 1967 and other laws to clarify appropriate standards for federal employment discrimination and retaliation claims and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 239 to amend Title 38 United States Code to provide for limitations on co-payments for contraception furnished by the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 1443 to amend the Equal Credit Opportunity Act to require the collection of small business loan data related to LGBTQ-owned businesses, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 13, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission relating to update of Commission's conciliation procedures, and providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 14, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to oil and natural gas sector emission standards for new, reconstructed, and modified sources review, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 15, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Office of the Comptroller of Currency relating to national banks and federal savings associations as lenders and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I have informed the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adderholt of Alabama pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Mr. Adderholt will vote no on the motion to move the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on the previous question.
So ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amodei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote nay on the previous question.
Does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Congresswoman Yvette Clarke pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Clarke will vote yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Congresswoman Robin Kelly pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Kelly will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes.
House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the previous question.
California. House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Vella pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vella will vote aye on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Garcia of Illinois pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garcia will vote yes on the previous question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Pappas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pappas will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
The member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Velasquez will vote yea on the previous question.
On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 209, and the previous question is ordered. The question now is on the adoption of the resolution. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Texas.
Call for it. I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to House Resolution 3S of Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek
As
recognition?
the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRES 486.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote nay on House Resolution 46.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on HRES 486.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Garcia of Illinois, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garcia is a yes on House Res 486. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote yes on HRES 486.
House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on HRES 486.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on HRES 486.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on HRES 486. As a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HRES 486.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on HRES 486.
The gentleman from Michigan seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adderholt of Alabama pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H-Res 486.
Purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H-Res 486.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on House Resolution 486.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Vella pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vella will vote aye on H-Res 486.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Pappas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pappas will vote yes on H-Res 486.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H-Res 486.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on agreement to the resolution.
Does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on HRES 486.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on HRES 486. As the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Velasquez will vote yea on HRES 486. As the member designated by Congresswoman Robin Kelly pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Kelly will vote yea on HRES 486.
On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 205. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Section 10 of House Resolution 486, House Resolution 485 is hereby adopted. Members, for what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 11 of House Resolution 486, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 482, H.R. 704, H.R. 961, H.R. 1314, H.R. 2571, H.R. 2679, H.R. 2694, H.R. 2922, H.R. 3182, H.R. 3239, H.R. 3241, H.R. 3723, H.R. 3752, H.R. 3841, S409, and S1340.
The clerk will report the titles.
H.R. 482, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize certain programs under Part 8 of Title 11 of such act relating to genetic diseases and for other purposes. H.R. 704, a bill to amend Section 708 of Title 17, United States Code, to permit the Register of Copyrights to waive fees for filing an application for registration of a copyright claim in certain circumstances and for other purposes. H.R. 961, a bill to exempt juveniles from the requirements for suits by prisoners and for other purposes. H.R. 1314, a bill to require the Consumer Product Safety Commission to promulgate a consumer product safety rule for freestanding clothing storage units to protect children from tip-over related death or injury and for other purposes. H.R. 2571, a bill to include Portugal in the list of foreign states whose nationals are eligible for admission into the United States E-1 and E-2 non-immigrants if United States nationals are treated similarly by the government of Portugal, and to otherwise modify the eligibility criteria for e-visas. H.R. 2679, a bill to amend Title 36 United States Code to revise the federal charter for the foundation of the Federal Bar Association. Union Calendar number 41, H.R. 2694, a bill to amend Title 18 United States Code to provide for transportation and subsistence for criminal justice defendants and for other purposes. Union Calendar number 40, H.R. 2922, a bill to amend the Elder Abuse Prevention and Prosecution Act to authorize the Elder Justice Initiative to require that online resources of such initiative are made available in Spanish and for other purposes. H.R. 3182, a bill to provide that reclined sleepers for infants and crib bumpers shall be considered banned hazardous products under Section 8 of the Consumer Product Safety Act and for other purposes. H.R. 3239, a bill to make improvements in the enactment of Title 41 United States Code into a positive law title and to improve the code. H.R. 3241, a bill to make improvements in the enactment of Title 54 United States Code into a positive law title and to improve the code. H.R. 3723, a bill to direct the Consumer Product Safety Commission to establish a pilot program to explore the use of artificial intelligence in support of the mission of the Commission and direct the Secretary of Commerce and the Federal Trade Commission to study and report on the use of blockchain technology and digital tokens, respectively. H.R. 3752, a bill to require the Consumer Product Safety Commission to study the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic on injuries and deaths associated with consumer products, and to direct the Secretary of Commerce to study and report on the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the travel and tourism industry in the United States. H.R. 3841, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act with respect to the collection and availability of health data with respect to Indian tribes and for other purposes. Senate 409, an act to provide for the availability of amounts for customer education initiatives and non-awards expenses of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission Whistleblower Program and for other purposes. Senate 1340, an act to amend Title 28, United States Code to redefine the Eastern and Middle Judicial Districts of North Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 486, the order of the yeas and nays on the postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to the end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn. Members, the question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative to the rules. Gentlemen.
I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the en bloc suspensions.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Vella pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vella will vote aye on the suspensions en bloc.
Oh. You got two hearings going on.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Garcia of Illinois pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garcia will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Amadei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on the suspension en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSagne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSagne will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote nay on suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adderholt of Alabama pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Mr. Adderholt will vote yes on the suspension en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that it will vote yes on the motion.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the en bloc suspensions.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
The gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Pappas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pappas will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
New York seek recognition.
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the suspensions in block. As a member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Velasquez will vote yea on the suspensions in block. As a member designated by Congresswoman Robin Kelly pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Kelly will vote yea on the suspensions in block.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yea on the suspensions on block.
On this vote, the yeas are 325, the nays are 103. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bills are passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 486, I call up the bill H.R. 2062 to clarify appropriate standards for federal employment discrimination and retaliation claims and for other purposes and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 44, H.R. 2062, a bill to amend the Age Discrimination and Employment Act of 1967 and other laws to clarify appropriate standards for federal employment discrimination and retaliation claims and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 486, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Labor printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules of Committee Print 117-6 modified by the amendment printed in Part A of House Rule Report 117-71 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or the respective designees. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 2062, the Protecting Older Workers from Discrimination Act of 2021.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as they may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2062, the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act, which I reintroduced this year with our colleague, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Rodney Davis. For decades, the federal government has recognized the need to protect older workers against discrimination on the basis of age. Unfortunately, in 2009, the Supreme Court severely eroded protections for older workers in the case of Gross versus FBL Financial Services Incorporated. In its decision, the court set a significantly higher burden of proof for workers alleging age discrimination. Under this standard, workers must prove that age discrimination was the decisive cause of an employer's action rather than just one of the motivating factors, as is the case before the Gross decision. Making cases more difficult to prove contradicts our responsibility to support older workers who have long been vulnerable to workplace discrimination. In fact, more than half of older workers are pushed out of long-time jobs before they choose to retire. Age discrimination also holds back our economy. Research by AARP and the Economist Intelligence Unit found that absent age discrimination, older workers would have contributed $850 billion more in 2018 to the gross domestic product. Clearly, our labor market and economy cannot fully recover from the pandemic if we fail to support our older workers. The Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act is a bipartisan initiative that would restore the pre-2009 evidentiary standard for age discrimination claims. It would effectively realign the burden of proof for age discrimination claims so it would again be the same standard that is required for proving discrimination based on sex, race, religion, and national origin. This legislation also reinstates the standard for disability discrimination claims under the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Rehabilitation Act, as well as claims for retaliation for rights protected under the Civil Rights Act of 1964. These statutes have all been implicated by the Gross decision. Last Congress, 261 bipartisan House members voted in favor of passing the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act. This Congress, I hope we can come together again and take the step to ensure that older workers can achieve justice. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter a statement of administration policy into the record in support of H.R. 2062.
Without objection, so ordered.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Virginia for yielding. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 2062, the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act. Every worker, including older Americans, should have the law on their side to protect them from workplace discrimination. The good news is that existing federal statutes already prohibit workplace discrimination. Despite what Democrats might have you believe, there are a number of laws protecting Americans of all ages against discrimination in the workplace. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, CRA, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act of 1967, ADEA, the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, Rehab Act, and the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, ADA, make employment discrimination based on an individual's race, color, religion, sex, national origin, age, or disability unlawful. My Republican colleagues and I appreciate the stated purpose behind H.R. 2062. Age discrimination is wrong. But the bill before us today is fundamentally flawed and a classic example of a solution in search of a problem. Age discrimination in the workplace is already illegal. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say that over and over and over today. Age discrimination in the workplace is already illegal. There's no evidence indicating this bill is necessary. The committee's cursory examination of the bill earlier this year failed to uncover any suggestion that workers have been discouraged from filing discrimination or retaliation charges with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, the primary agency that enforces federal laws that make it illegal to discriminate. Over the last couple of decades, rates of age discrimination charges, a signed statement asserting employment discrimination filed with the EEOC have remained steady. Additionally, the available data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics show unemployment trends for older workers are heading in a positive direction. In 2018, older Americans earned 7% more than the median for all workers, a large increase from 20 years ago. For workers aged 65 and older, employment tripled from 1988 to 2018, while employment among younger workers grew by about a third. Likewise, over the past 20 years, the number of older workers on full-time work schedules grew 2.5 times faster than the number working part-time. The legislation we're debating today is another sweeping one-size-fits-all scheme. This ill-advised bill rewards Democrats' favored political friends, disregards real-world workplace experience, and rejects decades of Supreme Court precedent. Our nation's uncertain economic times demand pro-growth and pro-worker policies, but House Democrats would rather consider misguided proposals such as H.R. 2062. The Protecting Older Americans Against Discrimination Act stifles job creation and harms small businesses and aging workers at a time when our languishing post-pandemic economy most needs their contributions. Mr. Speaker, this legislation enriches trial lawyers, not plaintiffs. H.R. 2062 overturns Supreme Court precedent by allowing a plaintiff to argue that age was only a motivating, not decisive factor that led to an employer's unfavorable employment action. It allows these kinds of mixed motive claims across 4 completely different non-discrimination laws. H.R. 2062 also allows mixed motive claims where the plaintiff alleges the employer has taken action against the plaintiff because of a prior complaint of discrimination. Allowing mixed motive claims in cases alleging retaliation puts employers in the impossible position of trying to prove that a legitimate employment decision was not in response to a prior complaint. The only party who will be paid in nearly all mixed motive cases is the plaintiff's attorneys. We know this will happen because, under the legislation, employers will be able to demonstrate that they would have taken the same action in the absence of the impermissible motivating factor. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, older Americans, the very people this legislation is purported to help, will, in the vast majority of cases, receive no monetary damages or other redress under H.R. 2062. H.R. 2062 will also increase frivolous legal claims against business owners. Job creators will spend valuable time and resources battling these undeserving claims, as the Supreme Court pointed out in the 2013 Nassar case. These same resources could be better used to prevent workplace harassment and discrimination. When H.R. 2062 was considered by the Education and Labor Committee, Republicans offered amendments to address fundamental flaws in 2062. We offered an amendment to strike the ill-advised and unworkable provisions allowing for mixed motive retaliation claims. We proposed collecting data and evidence to understand how age discrimination and retaliation charges and lawsuits have changed because of Supreme Court rulings. We attempted to make sure the public understands that even successful plaintiffs under the bill will likely not receive any monetary damages, while their lawyers will be paid. We proposed a non-controversial clarification to maintain protections for workers with disabilities. And we tried to clarify the evidentiary standard for proving a claim under the bill. Unfortunately, our common sense amendments were defeated by Democrats along party lines. Mr. Speaker, all workers should be protected from workplace discrimination, and they already are under current law. H.R. 2062 is a distraction from the real problems plaguing our nation, like the crisis at the border, over 9 million jobs begging for qualified workers, unaffordable college costs, and runaway economic inflation. I encourage my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 2062, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Research, gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Illinois, the co-chair of the House Democratic Caucus Task Force on Aging, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the my leader here who has done such a great job to protect workers. So we are here today to fix a terrible 2009 Supreme Court decision that weakened protections against age discrimination under the Age Discrimination in Employment Act. A 2020 AARP survey found that 3 in 5 workers age 45, yes, age 45 and older, had seen or experienced age discrimination in the workplace. So there is absolutely evidence that this exists, it's real, and we need to do something to fix it. So meanwhile, Americans are working more and longer than they ever have. Workers deserve strong workplace protections throughout their entire careers, full stop. I am absolutely proudly and enthusiastically looking forward to voting yes on H.R. 2062, the Protect Older Workers Against Discrimination Act, to ensure that older workers can hold employers accountable for age discrimination. So asking workers, have you ever experienced any kind of discrimination based on age? And when the answer is 3 out of 5 say yes, beginning at age 45, I trust that this is true. This is a survey that was done by the AARP, the largest, millions of members who tell us that. And so the current laws that were cited across the aisle are not doing the job that needs to be done right now to protect our older workers. So let's pass this bill today, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Fox, for your leadership. Every small business has its own unique characteristics and challenges, and that's a good thing. Having diversity of business structures and operations is what makes America productive and competitive. The federal government should move with caution when they pass legislation which puts every detail and decision of American businesses under overbearing rules and regulations. There are already laws in effect which prevent employers from discriminating against older Americans. As it should be, age discrimination in the workplace is illegal. I oppose H.R. 2062 because there has not been thoughtful deliberation with the real Americans involved. The proponents of this bill have not provided the members of this body with data and evidence which shows that the regulatory changes in this bill are needed or even wanted. The legislation before us today represents big wins for the Democrat special interests, namely trial lawyers, not working-class America. Our land is the land of opportunity because everyone from all ages and walks of life has the chance to participate and prosper, and thankfully, they are protected by law against discrimination. Rather than successfully addressing real-world problems, this bill will only enrich Democrats' political allies. I strongly urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Oregon, the chair of the Subcommittee on Civil Rights and Human Services, Ms. Bonamici.
Gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Scott, for yielding and for your leadership on this important legislation. I rise in strong support of the bipartisan Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act. My home state of Oregon has one of the most rapidly aging populations in the country, and I have heard from many workers, particularly those in the technology industry, who believe they have been dismissed or denied employment because of their age. In fact, 6 in 10 older workers say they have experienced age discrimination. 90% say that it is common. My office has helped older workers who have filed age discrimination complaints before the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, but the burden of proof is very high and often results in uncertain outcomes. Congress recognized the need to protect older workers from pervasive age discrimination when it enacted the Age Discrimination in Employment Act of 1967. But decades later, in 2009, the Supreme Court in Gross versus FBL Financial Services imposed a much higher burden of proof for workers to prove age discrimination under the ADEA. Because of the court's holding in Gross, workers now must prove that age discrimination was the decisive cause for their employer's adverse action, rather than just a motivating factor in their employer's adverse action. So earlier this year, I joined Chairman Scott in reintroducing the Bipartisan Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act. This needed bill is a common-sense legislative fix that will simply restore the pre-2009 standard in age discrimination claims and, importantly, align the burden of proof with the same standards for proving discrimination in other areas, such as those based on sex, race, religion, and national origin. As we discussed during the joint Civil Rights and Human Services and Workforce Protection Subcommittee hearing earlier this year, Americans are living longer and working longer. We must make sure they are protected from age discrimination. And Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Leadership Council of Aging Organizations in support of the Protecting Workers Against Discrimination Act.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge all of my colleagues to stand up for older workers and to support this bipartisan, bicameral bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Oregon yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, our colleagues on the other side say that workers feel they have been discriminated against. Well, we all have feelings and perceptions that are not accurate. And I think my colleague from Illinois pointed out that the data simply does not support the feelings of many people. And I think we understand that in day-to-day life. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle also contend that the 2009 Supreme Court decision in Gross versus FBL Financial Services has weakened age discrimination protections. They also contend this decision has deterred workers from seeking relief from age bias. But let's look at the data. Let's not go on feelings. In the 11 years preceding the 2009 Supreme Court decision in Gross, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, the primary agency that enforces federal laws that make it illegal to discriminate, received an average of 18,548 charges of discrimination per year relating to age discrimination. An EEOC charge is a signed statement asserting employment discrimination. Now, in the 11 years following Gross, the EEOC received an average 19,783 charges per year relating to age discrimination, a slight increase from the previous 11 years. So it's obvious that from EEOC data that there's clearly no evidence workers have been discouraged from filing age discrimination charges with the agency since the 2009 Supreme Court decision. And we had a Democrat administration during that time and 1 year of a Republican administration. We also find that age discrimination charges as a percentage of all charges filed with EEOC are approximately the same for the 11 years before and after the Gross decision, 22.4% and 22.5% respectively. Again, this does not indicate workers are somehow discouraged from filing age discrimination charges. Congress should make fact-based decisions, Mr. Speaker. And in this case, the facts do not support feelings or the assertions made by the proponents of H.R. 2062. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Today, I rise in strong support of H.R. 6062, the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act. 54 years ago, Congress passed the Age Discrimination in Employment Act. This law prohibits workplace discrimination against Americans over the age of 40, yet too many older Americans still face discrimination in the workplace. In 2018, the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission acknowledged that, and I quote, age discrimination remains a significant and costly problem for workers, their families, and our economy. This is corroborated by a 2019 AARP survey, which found that roughly 60% of older workers have witnessed or experienced age discrimination. Making matters worse, a misguided Supreme Court ruling in 2009 set a precedent which now requires a plaintiff in an age discrimination suit to prove that his or her age was the only motivating factor in an employer's adverse actions. This is quite frankly unacceptable. Older Americans bring unrivaled experience and wisdom to their jobs. It's up to us to restore the workplace protections to what Congress intended. I'd also like to note that age discrimination affects many workers with disabilities. This is an added challenge for the disability community, which faces several other barriers to competitive integrated employment. Even more disheartening is that some courts have applied the same misguided 2009 Supreme Court standard of claims to disability-based employment discrimination. In doing so, these lower courts are undermining a key promise of the Americans with Disability Act and throwing the congressional intent to the winds. H.R. 2062 will correct that record. In fact, the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act will restore vital employment protections for millions of older American workers and workers with disabilities. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me today in supporting its final passage. It's the right thing to do, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When considering any legislation, Congress first should determine whether the legislation is needed, and next, whether the bill under consideration will provide a workable, feasible, and effective response to the issue at hand. Proponents of H.R. 2062 claim that the Supreme Court's decision in Gross 2009 and Nassar 2013 have harmed workers who faced age discrimination or unlawful retaliation. Publicly available data does not show that the Supreme Court decisions in Gross or Nassar have discouraged individuals from filing Unemployment Opportunity Commission charges of discrimination, which is a signed statement asserting employment discrimination. Unfortunately, the one subcommittee-level hearing earlier this year in the Committee on Education and Labor on H.R. 2062 also covered several other unrelated bills. At the very least, this far-reaching legislation deserves more than a cursory examination. Furthermore, a Democrat-invited witness who testified at the hearing in favor of H.R. 2062 acknowledged that it is difficult to quantify the impact that the Gross decision had on the number of older workers who bring cases and the number of those who win them. The reality is that a review of EEOC data shows that the rate of EEOC age discrimination charges as a percentage of all charges filed is approximately the same for the 11 years before and after the Gross decision. In fact, there has been an uptick in Title VII retaliation charges as a percentage of all charges filed in the 7 years following the Nassar decision, which does not include individuals who have been discouraged from filing these charges. Court decisions show that plaintiffs have continued to win age discrimination and Title VII retaliation cases in the wake of the Supreme Court's decisions in Gross and Nassar. Like other Democrat-sponsored legislation in the 117th Congress, H.R. 2062 has been rushed through the committee without necessary examination, discussion, or consideration. We should go back to the drawing board on this bill because H.R. 2062 begs for reliable data and evidence, thoughtful deliberation, and genuine consideration. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank Chairman Scott for the time that he's put in on this incredible piece of legislation and the work that Representative Davis has done to put together this important work. As my colleagues today have said, this is a bipartisan, common sense bill. It's exactly the type of work and things that Congress should be doing. This is our system at work. The facts are very simple. Right now, because of a court decision, the standards of age discrimination are higher than that of any other type of discrimination. This bill fixes that and returns the country to what it was intended to be, that all forms of discrimination are illegal and must be stopped, that no form of discrimination is less wrong than another form of discrimination. This is the right thing to do and the right time to do it. That higher standard has made it harder to prove cases and leave older workers exposed to discrimination. Age discrimination is wrong, plain and simple. It's also costly. According to a study by AARP, we lose out on $850 million in GDP each year because of it. The cost is not just in abstract dollars. It comes from Americans who were skipped over for promotions they deserved. It comes from constituents who want to switch jobs but don't get a call back. It comes from your neighbor who lost their job but can still work but can't get anyone to look at their resume. This standard for proving age discrimination must be fair. It must be level. It must be treated as other forms of discrimination. Americans of all ages deserve the chance to work and to provide their families with the law. Families and the law should recognize their ability to work. There is no place for ageism in the workforce, and this must stop.
30 seconds.
Thank you very much. I would like, would request unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter of support from Leadership Conference of Civil Rights and Human Rights, dated June 22nd, 2021, asking for a yes vote on the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act, H.R. 2062.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Democrats claim H.R. 2062 merely conforms age discrimination and retaliation claims with current law regarding mixed motive discrimination claims under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. However, Congress specifically drafted the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, ADEA, to be different from Title VII because age is uniquely different from the characteristics on which Title VII prohibits discrimination, namely race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. The ADEA states that it is lawful for an employer to take an employment action otherwise prohibited by the statute if the differential treatment is, quote, based on reasonable factors other than age. Notably, this provision is not found in Title VII. The Supreme Court has also explained in several cases why age discrimination differs from other forms of discrimination. For example, the Supreme Court in Meacham versus Knowles Atomic Laboratory in 2008 wrote that, quote, Congress took account of the distinctive nature of age discrimination and the need to preserve a fair degree of leeway for employment decisions with effects that correlate with age, end quote. In addition, the Supreme Court in the 2013 Nassar case explained why a mixed motive standard is ill-suited for retaliation claims. The Supreme Court observed that with regard to mixed motive standards in retaliation cases, quote, lessening the causation standard could contribute to the filing of frivolous claims, which would siphon resources from efforts by employers, administrative agencies, and courts to combat workplace harassment, end quote. Allowing mixed motive claims in age and retaliation cases, which H.R. 2062 does, will lead to more frivolous legislation. We should heed congressional and Supreme Court precedents and vote down H.R. 2062. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized. Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
And I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the AARP, which says in part that despite the fact that older workers are valuable assets to their employers and the economy, despite that, 78% of older workers reported having seen or experienced age discrimination in the workplace in 2020, up markedly from the 61.
Without objection.
And I'll continue reading from the letter, up markedly from 61% in 2018. More than half of older workers are forced out of a job before they intend to retire. 9 out of 10 of those who do find work never again match their prior earnings. Making matters worse, the COVID-19 pandemic has significantly diminished job prospects and future retirement security of older workers. In April, over half the job seekers ages 55 and older continued to be long-term unemployed. That's 53.3%, compared to 42.3% of job seekers ages 16 to 54. The labor force participation rates for older women workers, along with their earning power and future retirement security, have been particularly hard hit by COVID-19. All of that is in the letter. I reserve the balance of my time.
Objection. All that is omitted. So ordered. And the gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inquire of the gentleman from Virginia if he's prepared to close.
I'm expecting one more speaker on the way.
Okay.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to repeat. Republicans hate discrimination in any form. We particularly do not want any kind of discrimination in the workplace, and we do not want discrimination against older workers. We know that older workers were excelling in the pre-pandemic economy. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, employment for workers aged 65 and older tripled from 1988 to 2018, while employment for younger workers grew by only a third. The number of employed people aged 75 and older nearly quadrupled from 461,000 in 1988 to 1.8 million in 2018. As the country continues to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, BLS recently reported that job openings reached a record high of 9.3 million in April 2021, while hiring lags far behind. Employers are desperate to fill good-paying jobs, but qualified workers are hard to find because of Democrat-enacted policies. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to paint a bleak picture of job opportunities for older Americans, when in fact, employment trends for older workers have been positive in recent decades and will continue to improve as the country fully reopens following the pandemic. According to BLS, in 1998, the median weekly earnings of older full-time employees was 77% of the median for workers 16 and up. In 2018, older workers earned 7% more than the median for all workers. The labor force participation rate for older Americans has been rising steadily since the late 1990s. Participation rates for younger age groups either declined or flattened over this period. Over the past 20 years, the number of older workers on full-time work schedules grew 2.5 times faster than the number working part-time. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the chairman. I rise today to support strongly your bill to protect older Americans against discrimination. It is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, but age discrimination and ageism are still very common in many American workplaces. During the worst of this pandemic, older workers and women experienced many of the demotions and layoffs that we have heard about so much. Protections against age discrimination are more important than ever as we seek to ensure that employers do not use someone's age as a motivating factor to deny them a promotion, to demote them, or to even fire them. When age discrimination occurs, many people do not report it. But when they do under current law, it is incredibly difficult to prove that age was a motivating factor. Therefore, Congress must ensure that we do not place burdensome requirements of proof of age discrimination on those who actually bring age discrimination claims to the forefront. That is why this bill is so very, very important, and I thank the chairman for his tireless efforts on this cause. While this is an excellent bill, there is one provision I wish we had included that it currently is not. In the fight against age discrimination, we need to clearly protect the folks at the very first opportunity, the hiring process. That is why I introduced a bill last week, the Protect Older Job Applicants Act. It simply clarifies that the provisions under the Age Discrimination in Employment Act also applies to job applicants. Most people already assume this is the case. However, it is not. And after 2 recent federal court cases about age discrimination, there has been confusion about the applicability of protections to applicants or employees only. My bill seeks to provide clarity and ultimately protect older Americans from the very beginning at the application. I know that this is a priority for the chairman also, and I will continue to work with him to make sure that we continue the conversation on this shared priority. Because nobody should be denied a job opportunity solely because of their age.
For an additional 30 seconds.
Again, because nobody should be denied a job opportunity solely because of their age. And we should all agree on that. I also have a statement of support for this bill, which I want to include in the record, from AARP that supports the bill today. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Without objection, so admitted that the gentlewoman reserves. Admitted. Without objection. The gentleman for Virginia reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have an additional speaker before I'm ready to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'll reserve, Mr.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from North Carolina, the chair of the Subcommittee on Workforce Protections, Ms. Adams.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the gentleman for yielding and for his work on this bill. Although House Democrats continue to work for an end to the pandemic, COVID-19 has changed the American workforce. People from all walks of life have suffered. Older Americans in the workforce continue to feel the fallout from the coronavirus. The perception that older workers are not as valuable as their younger counterparts persists. The myth that older workers are unproductive and costly persists. The idea that older Americans do not value their careers, their job, or their work persists. Because of these challenges, older workers are more likely to remain out of the workforce when they lose a job. Age discrimination is a real threat to our workforce, but it doesn't have to be that way. That's why the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act is so very important. Older workers need specific protections under the law. And as we look ahead to a stronger economy and upcoming legislation, I urge you to remember the importance of older workers to our economy, to our workforce, and to our families. And I would like to enter into the record a letter from the Group Paralyzed Veterans of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Without objection, gentlewoman yields back. A gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I presume the gentleman is ready to close.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, older Americans make vital contributions in the workplace. Committee Republicans are committed to eliminating discrimination in the workplace, rebuilding our sluggish economy, and producing a competitive workforce. Unfortunately, H.R. 2062 is a destructive and misleading bill that does not protect older workers and rewards trial lawyers at the expense of sound public policy. It is Democrats promising deliverance, but delivering disappointment. This sweeping one-size-fits-all ruse is not the answer unless Congress decides it wants to benefit trial lawyers at the expense of older American workers. I strongly encourage my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 2062, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina yields back the balance of her time. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act is a bipartisan bill that has been introduced over many Congresses with growing support. Over the last decade, members have debated this bill through multiple legislative hearings, and bills in both the House and the Senate have been introduced and improved every Congress since 2009. Despite the bipartisan legacy of this proposal, some of my colleagues have raised disappointing opposition today. But let's be clear, this bill is not about increasing the number of age discrimination claims. It's about giving victims of discrimination a fair shot at getting relief. It is simply restoring basic protections for older workers. Yes, discrimination against older workers is already illegal, but regrettably, it is unnecessarily harder to prove because of the 2009 decision. In spite of the fact that it's more difficult, cases are still being brought, but if the cases were as easy to bring or the same difficulty to bring as other cases, even more cases would have been filed. We know this is more difficult because in the original case of Gross versus FBL Financial Services, Jack Gross successfully proved that his employer had demoted older workers who refused to accept a buyout while giving their jobs to younger workers. Yet it was only after the Supreme Court changed the rules and required Mr. Gross to retry his case that he lost with a higher standard, because despite having the same facts, the same parties, and the same court, he lost his case. The Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act is designed to ensure that older workers, like Mr. Gross, are not denied justice and fair treatment that they deserve. And we've heard about attorney's fees, and we need to just remind everybody that lawyers are only awarded attorney's fees when they win the case. So if you want to reduce attorney's fees, the businesses can stop discriminating. I hope we can all agree that it's time to stand up for older workers and treat all workers facing discrimination, whether it's on the basis of sex, race, religion, national origin, or age, with consistency and fairness. So I want to thank the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Rodney Davis, again for working with me on this bipartisan priority, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. All time for debate has expired. Each further amendment printed in Part B of House Report 117-71 not earlier considered as amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 483 shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be ordered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debated for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and the opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Education and Labor or his designee to offer amendments en bloc considering further amendments printed in Part B of House Report 117-71 not early disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or the respective designee, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Speaker, pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 486, I rise to offer amendments en bloc number 1.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 1, consisting of amendments number 1 and 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-71, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 486, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, each will control 10 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there are 2 amendments in this en bloc amendment. Mr. Brown has offered an amendment to require the EEOC to submit an annual report to Congress on the number of age discrimination claims brought under this act. And Ms. Williams, on another amendment, has offered an amendment to require the EEOC to submit a report to Congress on any remaining disparities faced by workers pursuing relief under the mixed motive standard, whose cases were covered by the ADEA as well as other anti-discrimination laws. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the Democrat amendments.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. As I understand it, Representative Brown's amendment requires the EEOC chair to submit 5 annual reports to Congress on the number of age discrimination claims brought to the EEOC under this act. If H.R. 2062 somehow gets signed into law, these reports will be a day late and many dollars short because the law will have already harmfully reduced the burden of proof in these cases and nullified decades of Supreme Court precedent. Before discussing my concerns with this amendment, I admit I'm puzzled that it requires a study on how this legislation will affect future age discrimination claims when evidence is sorely lacking that there's a need for H.R. 2062 in the first place. A witness who testified on H.R. 2062 before the Committee on Education and Labor acknowledged that EEOC data has not shown workers are discouraged from filing age discrimination charges with the EEOC following the Supreme Court's 2009 decision in Gross versus FLB Financial Services. With respect to this amendment, I have concerns about the feasibility and viability of the mandated reports. The amendment requires the EEOC to report each year for 5 years on charges filed with the agency under H.R. 2062. H.R. 2062 drastically expands liability by allowing mixed motive claims in cases involving the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, ADEA, and 3 other statutes. However, when workers file charges with the EEOC, the worker will likely not indicate whether the charge involves mixed motives, nor is the EEOC likely to be able to classify charges as being mixed motive or not. EEOC will therefore be unable to determine whether charges have been filed pursuant to H.R. 2062. I'm very doubtful EEOC would be able to comply with this amendment's requirements, and Congress should not include an unworkable mandate on an agency. Congress has enacted significant laws prohibiting employment discrimination, including the ADEA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Rehabilitation Act, and the Civil Rights Act, CRA. Congress purposefully enacted separate non-discrimination statutes, including the ADEA, because age discrimination involves unique and complex factors, as do the other forms of discrimination addressed in these statutes. H.R. 2062 overturns Supreme Court precedent, allows a plaintiff to argue that age was only a motivating but not decisive factor that led to an employer's unfavorable employment action. Allowing such mixed motive claims will eliminate the carefully balanced standard Congress adopted when it passed the ADEA, resulting in more frivolous lawsuits. Here's why. Under 2062, a plaintiff is very unlikely to receive any monetary award from the defendant because most employers will be able to demonstrate they would have taken the same employment action regardless of the worker's age or other impermissible reasons. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman for Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Williams.
Gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act and my amendment to the bill. For older job seekers and workers, age discrimination remains a barrier to both getting employed and staying employed. According to an AARP survey released in 2019, 3 in 5 older workers report that they have seen or experienced age discrimination on the job. Age discrimination should have no place in decisions about an employee. It doesn't matter if age is one factor or the only factor in these decisions. Discrimination is still wrong. Under current law, an older worker must prove that a negative action was taken against them solely because of their age to pursue legal remedy for age discrimination. That leaves out a lot of workers who've been marginalized because of their age. The bill before us would create a reasonable burden of proof under the law to allow more workers who have faced age discrimination to pursue relief. Enacting this legislation would be a monumental step, but we have more to do to ensure that all older workers are served well by protections under law, because the circumstances facing older workers are not all the same. Many older workers face intersectional discrimination based not only on their age, but also due to factors like their race, their gender, or disability status. For example, in a 2017 experimental study published by the Federal Reserve Bank, researchers found that older women encountered more age discrimination in the hiring process and callback process than men. To ensure equitable protection for individuals experiencing intersectional discrimination, we have to understand any disparities they may face in pursuing relief from discrimination as this legislation is implemented. My amendment tasks the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission with completing a study on these disparities and reporting back to Congress within 2 years. This analysis will be crucial to ensuring our laws are serving all of us and that we're truly reaching that ideal of equality for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and the underlying legislation, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Georgia yields back. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as I understand it, Representative Williams' amendment requires EEOC to submit a contrived and convoluted report to Congress analyzing disparities that individuals face in pursuing relief under the mixed motive evidentiary standard. The report must examine age discrimination combined with discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, national origin, or disability. This amendment does nothing to address the fatal flaws in the bill, that would allow mixed motive claims in age, retaliation, and disability cases, which will increase frivolous litigation while not providing any monetary damages for nearly all plaintiffs. As a practical matter, I question whether EEOC will be able to complete the tortuous analysis proposed in the amendment. As I noted previously, workers filing discrimination or retaliation charges with the EEOC do not indicate whether they involve a mixed motive claim, and EEOC does not collect this data. A mixed motive claim is something a plaintiff's attorney adds to a lawsuit. As such, I am skeptical whether EEOC will be able to find any data relating to mixed motive claims. More importantly, the amendment, which was submitted and then amended after the Rules Committee stated deadline, will not fix the bill's many shortcomings, such as allowing mixed motive claims in age discrimination and retaliation cases. Even though congressional and Supreme Court precedents strongly advise against these changes. I urge a no vote on this en bloc amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman for Virginia, Mr. Scott is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Brown.
The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Brown, is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to first recognize the hard work and the leadership of Chairman Bobby Scott and the entire Ed and Labor Committee on this outstanding underlying bill. When older workers lose their jobs, they're much more likely to join the ranks of the long-term unemployed. Unfortunately, discrimination seems to be a significant factor in this. Enforcement statistics from the EEOC show age discrimination complaints are climbing. In 2000, the EEOC received roughly 16,000 complaints of age discrimination, and 17 years later, the EEOC received 20,000 complaints that year, accounting for 23% of all discrimination charges filed. And as Ms. Williams mentioned, a 2018 survey conducted by the AARP found that 3 in 5 workers aged 45 and older have seen or experienced age discrimination in the workplace. The Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act would restore legal protections for older Americans and hold employers accountable for age discrimination. My amendment would require the EEOC to submit annual reports to Congress on the number of age discrimination claims brought under this act. Congress needs this information in a timely and transparent way to ensure our older workers are being properly protected and heard. Discrimination is discrimination, whether it be age, race, gender, religion, gender identity, or sexual orientation, and all should be treated fairly under the law. My amendment and the underlying bill are common sense pieces of legislation that would restore fairness for all workers. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support this en bloc amendment and the underlying legislation. And, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll reserve. I believe I'm entitled to close.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close and would just like to state that these 2 amendments would improve the bill. The one from Mr. Brown would give information that's already being provided now, but this would just make sure it continues. It's being provided on a voluntary basis, these annual reports. And Mrs. Williams offers a very interesting analysis that some people may be being discriminated against on multiple grounds, and pointed out the Federal Reserve study that showed that older workers who happen to be women fared a lot worse than the older workers who happen to be men. We may need to figure out how we deal with that, but we need the data before we can take any, before we can move forward. I would hope that we would adopt the amendment, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only parties who will win in nearly all cases under H.R. 2062 with these amendments, if they're passed, are trial lawyers. Unfortunately, Democrats have chosen to further their pro-trial lawyer agenda by putting forward H.R. 2062, legislation that masquerades as a protection for workers. H.R. 2062 is yet another one-size-fits-all approach that fails to address the purported problem. neglects real-world experiences, and disregards decades of Supreme Court precedent. These poorly drafted fig leaf amendments in the en bloc do nothing to address the fundamental flaws in H.R. 2016 and place an unworkable mandate on EEOC. And I urge my colleagues to oppose them. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 486, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker, on that, I ask for
For
a
what
recorded
purpose
vote.
does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
On that, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 486, I rise to offer amendments en bloc number 2.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 2, consisting of amendments number 2 and 5, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-71, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 486, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, each will control 10 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman for Virginia, Mr. Scott.
And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman has been recognized for 5 minutes.
The gentleman's been recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, Mr. Speaker, then I yield to myself such time as I may consume. As I said earlier, when considering any legislation, the House should first determine whether legislation is needed, and next, whether the bill under consideration will adequately address or improve the situation. Before H.R. 2062 was brought to the House floor, the Committee on Education and Labor did not have a standalone hearing on the bill and instead held a subcommittee-level hearing on multiple wide-ranging topics. This complex and sweeping legislation deserves a further examination by the committee so members can gather more information from a variety of experts to make an informed decision regarding its practicality. Supporters of H.R. 2062 claim the Supreme Court's 2009 decision in the Gross case and 2013 decision in the Nassar case have harmed workers who have faced age discrimination or unlawful retaliation for claiming discrimination. Publicly available data does not show that the Supreme Court decisions in the Gross or Nassar cases have discouraged individuals from filing EEOC charges. A Democrat-invited witness who testified acknowledged that it is difficult to quantify the impact that the Gross decision has had on the number of older workers who bring cases and the number of those who win them. This witness also acknowledged that when we might have expected a drop in charges due to Gross-inspired discouragement from employment attorneys, there was a sizable jump in the number of ADEA charges filed with EEOC. In addition, a review of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, or EEOC, data shows that as a percentage of all charges filed, the rate of EEOC age discrimination charges is approximately the same as the 11 years before the Gross decision, with a slightly higher percentage of age discrimination charges filed after the Gross decision. As a percentage of all charges filed in the 7 years following the Nassar decision, there's also been an increase in Title VII retaliation charges, which shows that individuals have not been discouraged from filing these charges. Further, a review of court decisions shows that plaintiffs have continued to win age discrimination and Title VII retaliation cases in the wake of the Supreme Court's decisions of Gross and Nassar. Bottom line, we must ensure that before we continue to legislate on an issue that may not need additional Washington interference, we have accurate data. My amendment simply states that H.R. 2062 goes into effect Before H.R. 2062 goes into effect, the Government Accountability Office must conduct a study and report to Congress on whether individuals have been discouraged from filing age discrimination or Title VII retaliation charges and from filing lawsuits following the decisions in Gross and Nassar, and whether there have been fewer plaintiffs winning age discrimination and Title VII retaliation lawsuits. If the GAO finds that the individuals have not been discouraged from filing charges and lawsuits and have in fact won more lawsuits than prior to the Supreme Court decisions, then the bill will not go into effect. Let's not put the cart before the horse. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment to ensure this legislation is actually needed and adequately addresses the purported concerns of the bill's sponsors. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia yields back. Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to my Republican colleagues' amendment mandating a study before the bill can go into effect. This is not an earnest attempt to look into the Supreme Court's impact on age discrimination cases. It's a delay tactic and nothing more. We know that age discrimination happens. In fact, not long ago, we heard compelling witness testimony in the Education and Labor Committee highlighting the need for this very legislation. Ageism is one of the most common and sadly most accepted forms of discrimination in the workplace. Last year, the EEOC received over 14,000 age discrimination complaints, accounting for over 20% of all discrimination charges filed in this country. This is a problem that impacts not just workers, but our entire economy. And it particularly harms women and people of color. According to the AARP, nearly 2/3 of women and more than 3/4 of black workers age 45 and over say they've seen or experienced age discrimination in the workplace. We don't need a study to tell us that a substantially higher burden of proof for some forms of discrimination makes it more difficult for workers who can prove discrimination to get their day in court and to prevail. That's just common sense. What we need is a return to a mixed motive standard, which says that any consideration of age, as opposed to ability to perform a job, is impermissible in employment decisions. We can look at 2 cases that were proceeding under a mixed motive standard, but were dismissed following the Supreme Court's precedents. Courts dismissed both of these cases on the grounds that the facts, which were sufficient under a mixed motive standard, were no longer sufficient under the heightened but-for standard. First, there's the case of Jack Gross, an older gentleman who had been demoted after refusing a buyout when his employer underwent a merger. As he and many older workers were demoted, his younger colleagues received promotions. Mr. Gross challenged his demotion under the Age Discrimination in Employment Act and won his case at trial under the motivating factor framework. However, after the Supreme Court changed the rules and required him to retry his case under the new and more stringent but-for causation standard, he lost, despite the fact that he had proved the same set of facts with the same parties in the same courts as before. Second, consider the impact of the Nassar case on anti-retaliation claims under the Civil Rights Act. In the case of Shamati v. Selma City Board of Education, an elementary school cafeteria worker alleged that she had been passed over for promotion due to having filed earlier discrimination claims, and that those claims had been discussed by the interview panel. The district court denied the employer's motion for summary judgment on her retaliation claim. However, the Nassar decision was issued a few months later, and the employer moved for reconsideration under the new causation standard. This time, the district court dismissed the worker's retaliation claim and granted summary judgment to the employer, stating that the, quote, Supreme Court has changed the rules since then. Same facts, same case, different causation standard, and a win was turned into a loss. The Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act reinstates the legal standard for proving age discrimination and aligns it with the existing standard for proving discrimination based on sex, race, or national origin. There is simply no excuse, Mr. Speaker, for discrimination of any kind in the workplace, and there's no reason to delay this legislation any further. We have already had a 12-year delay in restoring justice. I urge my colleagues to reject the Allen Amendment and support the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yields back. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the gentleman from Georgia. How much time does the gentleman from Georgia have left?
The gentlewoman from North Carolina has 6.5 minutes.
I have 6.5 minutes. He yielded back, so we have 1.5 minutes left. Never mind. I yield Mr. Allen 1 minute.
Okay. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Again, I simply state this. My amendment says that the Government Accountability Office must conduct a study and report to Congress on whether individuals have been discouraged from filing age discrimination or Title VII retaliation charges and from filing lawsuits following the decisions in Gross and Nassar, and whether there have been fewer plaintiffs winning age discrimination in Title VII retaliation lawsuits. We must have the data before we move in this body. We do not have sufficient information at this point. And again, no one wants discrimination in the workplace, but we have a justice system that provides for relief for people who bring these cases, and I have just cited the cases presented here today. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge a vote for this amendment so that we can get the proper data, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor, the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the Fox Amendment. The amendment proposed by my colleague from North Carolina would weaken the essential civil rights protections that are the very purpose of the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act. The goal of the bill we're voting on today is to treat workers who are discriminated against based on age the very same way we treat workers who are discriminated against because of their race, gender, national origin, or religion. In our world of rising costs, shrinking pensions and retirement savings, and longer lifespans, many workers must work longer in order to be able to live out their retirement years in dignity. That, in addition to the reasons of basic fairness, is why the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act is so important. This bill would apply the same burden of proof to age discrimination claims that are currently applied to other forms of employment discrimination and retaliation prohibited by the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and other statutes. The Fox Amendment would weaken these protections by creating two different burdens of proof, one for proving an act of discrimination and a tougher burden of proving retaliation against a worker who has reported that discrimination. The Fox Amendment would actually make it harder for an employee to secure relief from employer retaliation under the Civil Rights Act of 1964, as well as other civil rights statutes. In other words, an employer who retaliates against an older worker for reporting discrimination would have an easier time getting away with it. If an employer has less risk of being held accountable for retaliating against an older worker who reports discrimination by firing or otherwise penalizing the employee, then the underlying protections of the law are weakened because people will be deterred from reporting retaliatory acts. H.R. 2062, the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act, clarifies the standard applied to age discrimination and retaliation, the mixed motive standard that was originally applied to claims under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act prior to the Supreme Court's wrong-headed decisions in the 2009 Gross case. This is the same standard applied to discrimination claims under the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and the Rehabilitation Act. It's important to note that the changes in language proposed by the Fox Amendment would have a particularly egregious effect because the enforcement of civil rights laws rely heavily on individuals to assert their rights. That's why every civil rights law makes it a separate act of discrimination for an employer to retaliate against employees for exercising their civil rights or opposing unlawful acts. Charges of retaliation are the most filed type of charge with the EEOC. In 2020, more than half of the charges filed involved retaliation claims. Since so many workers who report discrimination also report retaliation, it's critical that H.R. 2062 correct the legal standard set by the 2013 case University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center versus Nassar. In that case, the Supreme Court applied the but-for standard to retaliation claims under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act instead of the mixed motive standard used for all other types of employment discrimination. It makes no sense to have separate provisions of Title VII requiring different standards of causation. The legislation before us today fixes the problem created by the Supreme Court rulings in the 2009 Gross decision and the 2013 Nassar decision by applying a mixed motive standard to cases of age discrimination and retaliation.
Gentlelady is recognized.
The Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act establishes use of the mixed motive standard, settling the confusion separation of related civil rights claims and strengthening workers' rights. We should reject the Fox Amendment because prohibitions on retaliation do not punish employers multiple times for the same offense. Rather, they help to deter employers from punishing employees multiple times, first by discriminating and denying the equal opportunity, then again by punishing employees for challenging that discrimination. I urge a no vote on this amendment and urge a yes vote on the underlying bill, H.R. 2062.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to point out to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that there was a higher percentage of Republicans who voted for the 1964 Civil Rights Act than Democrats. A higher percentage of Republicans voted for the ADEA, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, and under the ADA, under President Bush, it was under President Bush who signed that bill. So Republicans have a pretty good record on promoting and protecting the civil rights of Americans in this country, all Americans. Mr. Speaker, for an employer to retaliate against an employee because that employee has previously made a discrimination complaint is wrong, and it is already illegal. H.R. 2062 reduces the standard of proof in retaliation cases by allowing mixed motive claims, overturning the Supreme Court's 2013 decision in the Nassar case. Allowing mixed motive claims in retaliation cases is unworkable and contrary to the text, structure, and history of Title VII, the Age Discrimination Employment Act, and the Americans with Disabilities Act. Justice Anthony Kennedy wrote in the majority opinion in Nassar that in retaliation cases, quote, lessening the causation standard could contribute to the filing of frivolous claims, which would siphon resources from efforts by employers, administrative agencies, and courts to combat workplace harassment, end quote. Justice Kennedy also wrote in his opinion that the concern about diverting resources was especially true because retaliation charges filed with the EOC had nearly doubled in the past 15 years and had become the second most frequently filed category of complaint. This concern is even more relevant today because retaliation is now the most frequently filed EEOC charge. All retaliation claims are inherently about differing explanations. In these situations, the plaintiff has already made a discrimination complaint, and under the mixed motive standard required under H.R. 2062, it will be a mere formality to plead that any subsequent negative action by the employer related to the employee was retaliatory. Under H.R. 2062, a plaintiff claiming retaliation will always survive the summary judgment stage of the litigation, and the case will either settle or go to trial. This will increase the number of frivolous claims against unsuspecting business owners and impose related financial costs noted in the Supreme Court decision, thus limiting important resources that could otherwise be used to combat discrimination. Furthermore, there's no evidence to support the claim that employees have been harmed by the Nassar decision. And by the way, when employees win lawsuits claiming retaliation under the current standard, they can receive monetary damages, back pay, and reinstatement, as well as attorney's fees and costs. Under H.R. 2062, this won't happen in nearly all of the cases. Only the trial lawyers will be paid. My amendment strikes the harmful, overly broad, and unworkable provision in H.R. 2062, which allows mixed motive claims in retaliation cases. The amendment protects the current standard of proof as described in the Nassar case, and I urge members to support it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Yes, very briefly, these two amendments, the First Amendment that requires a GAO study only seeks to say whether the cases went up or down. The cases can go up because there's more discrimination. It has nothing to do with whether or not it was because of the change in standard. It could be in spite of the standard. And all it does is delay the implementation of the bill. The other sets a different standard for retaliation, where you can win your case that you didn't get promoted, but lose your case on the fact that you got fired just because there's a differential standard. Well, that doesn't make much sense. It seems to me that we should go back to the way it was before the Gross decision, have one standard in all of the discrimination cases, and have people be able to prove their case the way they've always been able to prove their case. With that, I would ask people to vote no on this en bloc amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
And, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the en bloc amendment containing Representative Allen's and Fox's amendments, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 486, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Virginia. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The en bloc amendments.
Mr. Speaker, on that I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentlewoman asks for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Section 3S, House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings of this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 117-71. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-71, offered by Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 486, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, and a member oppose each 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bipartisan amendment to the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act, a bill that I'm proud to be working with my good friend Chairman Scott on, If he's available, I'd like to yield him some time to talk about this amendment.
I want to thank the gentleman from Illinois for his hard work on this amendment and on the bill itself. He's been a leader on helping older workers avoid discrimination. This amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois and co-sponsored by the gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, would provide further information on how many women are adversely affected by age discrimination as a motivating factor in the workplace, as well as provide best practices to combat gender and age discrimination. These practices will help support older women who may face multiple kinds of discrimination. And I thank my colleague for offering the amendment, but I also want to thank him for his distinguished leadership on the underlying legislation. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll reclaim my time. This bill provides an important fix caused by the outcome of the 2009 Gross versus FBL Financial Services, Inc. Supreme Court decision in order to ensure that older workers can seek the justice they deserve when they face age discrimination in the workplace on a level playing field. The amendment that I introduced with Representative Shelley Pingree highlights the discrimination that women face in the workplace based not only on gender, but on age as well. According to a 2018 report from the EEOC, women, especially older women, but also those at middle age, were subjected to more age discrimination than older men. Research suggests that ageism at work begins at age 40 for women, 5 years earlier than men. This is unacceptable, and we must find ways to correct this problem. This amendment would require the DOL and the EEOC to conduct a comprehensive study on these age discrimination cases. DOL and EEOC would then be required to make recommendations for best practices to combat age discrimination of women in the workplace. Challenges that women face are not partisan issues, and together we should make every effort to address them. Employers should make and have the right tools to make conscious efforts to ensure that women have equal rights and opportunities in the workplace regardless of their age. I'd like to thank Representative Pingree for co-leading this amendment, and also Chairman Scott for his kind words in support of its inclusion. I encourage my colleagues to support my amendment and vote yes on this amendment and the underlying bill to protect older adults from workplace discrimination. And thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back.
Does any member seek the time in opposition?
Does any member seek time in opposition?
If not.
If not, pursuant to House Resolution 486, the previous question is ordered on the amendments offered by the gentleman from Illinois. The question on the amendment, those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to without objection. The motion to consider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment on Block 1, printed in Part B, House Report 11771, offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1 and 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-71, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia.
The question on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Virginia, members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the amendments en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote yes on the amendments in en bloc number 1. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma, will vote nay on the amendments to en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes to the amendments on Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
Does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on the amendments on Block 1.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Pappas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pappas will vote yes on amendments en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Adderholt of Alabama pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote no on the amendments in bloc.
Does a gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on the amendments en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the amendments to en bloc number 1.
Does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Villa pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Villa will vote aye on the amendments en bloc 1.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on the amendments en bloc number 1. As the member designated by Mr. Torres pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Torres will vote yes on the amendments en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on the motion.
For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the amendments in bloc 1.
Does a gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1. As a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Amade pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amade will vote nay on the en bloc amendments number 1.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Garcia of Illinois, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garcia will vote yes on the amendments in block number 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the amendments in block number 1.
the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Velasquez will vote yea on the amendments in block number 1. As the member designated by Congresswoman Robin Kelly pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Kelly will vote yea on the amendments in block number 1. Thanks.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on the amendments en bloc 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
We got one up. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the amendments in block number 1.
On this vote, the yeas are 223, the nays vote. On this vote, yeas 231, nays 192. The amendments on block are adopted. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business in the question on amendments on Block 2, printed in Part B of House Report 117-71, offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendments on block.
On block number 2, consisting of amendments number 2 and
question
5, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-71, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the amendments in block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, as a member designated by Mr. Garcia of Illinois, I inform the House that pursuant to House Res 8, Mr. Garcia will vote no on the amendments in Block 2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Purpose as the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yes on en bloc amendments number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the amendments in Block 2.
But you had to survive a many-way primary, right? 23. Yeah.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the amendments on block number 2. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
The member designated by Mr. Adderholt of Alabama pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote yes on the amendments on block number 2.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Vella pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vella will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote no on the amendments on block 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote no on the amendments on block number 2. As the member designated by Mr. Torres pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Torres will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSagne, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSagne will vote no on amendments on block number 2.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, and from the House that Mr. Lawson votes no on en bloc 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote no on the amendments in block number 2.
Does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Pappas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pappas will vote no on the amendments en bloc number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote no on the amendments in block number 2. As the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez pursuant to H.Res. 8, inform the House that Chairwoman Velasquez will vote no on the amendments in block number 2. As the member designated by Congresswoman Robin Kelly pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Kelly will vote no on the amendments in block number 2.
Where? For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yea on the amendments on en bloc number 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no to the amendments on Block 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no on the amendments on Block number 2.
On this vote, yeas are 182, nays 243. The amendments in block are not adopted. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossed and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Age Discrimination and Employment Act of 1967 and other laws to clarify appropriate standards for federal employment discrimination and retaliation claims and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I request the recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Does the gentlewoman from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Garcia of Illinois pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garcia is a yes on H.R. 2062. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adderholt of Alabama, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote no on passage of H.R. 2062.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on H.R. 2062.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote nay on H.R. 2062.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 2062.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSagne, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSagne will vote yes on H.R. 2062.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote yes on H.R. 2062.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 2062.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 2062.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Vela, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vela will vote aye on H.R. 2062.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek
As the
recognition?
member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 2062.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on H.R. 2062. As a member designated by Mr. Torres pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Torres will vote yes on H.R. 2062.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 2062. As the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Velasquez will vote yea on H.R. 2062. As the member designated by Congresswoman Robin Kelly pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Kelly will vote yea on H.R. 2062.
Does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Speaker Carter, as the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 2062. As the member designated Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 2062. I decided to go.
Woman from Kansas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on H.R. 2062.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform this House Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 2062.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on final passage.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Pappas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pappas will vote yes on H.R. 2062.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 2062.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on H.R. 2062.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote nay on the passage of H.R. 2062.
On this vote, yeas are 247, nays 178. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to be removed as a co-sponsor of H.R. 3093.
The withdrawal is accepted. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. And from Virginia seek recognition.
Yes. To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of Michael Paul Williams, a columnist from the Richmond Times-Dispatch, the primary newspaper of record for the Commonwealth, which is located in my district. Mr. Williams was recently awarded the Pulitzer Prize for commentary. He's the first Pulitzer Prize recipient at the Times-Dispatch since 1948. Throughout his nearly 40-year career, he's been a dedicated and effective journalist who has focused much of his work on issues of race and racial inequity in Virginia. The first commentator of color at the Times-Dispatch, he has provided a unique, insightful, and impactful commentary that has sparked public discourse, helped shape narratives, and helped shape understandings of race in Virginia, and challenged readers to consider the inequities that communities of color face. It is with great honor that I congratulate Michael Paul Williams for his award-winning commentary on the issues impacting our communities in Richmond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Religious Freedom Week. Religious Freedom Week began on Monday and runs through June 29th. Freedom of religion is a fundamental human right. Our founding fathers made sure it would always be protected. The First Amendment protects freedom of religion along with the freedom of speech and the freedom of the press. This assurance of freedom gives us all the opportunity to openly practice and speak our beliefs. It allows me to speak on the House floor right now. The United States is a place where all faiths can be peacefully practiced, free from the fear of persecution. The very foundation of our nation, a place of freedom and liberty for all, was conceived by individuals in search of religious freedom. And Mr. Speaker, the United States of America will always be a beacon of light in the world, and we will always protect our fundamental unified commitment of religious freedom, because no person should live in fear for their beliefs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from California seek recognition.
Seek unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Access to our public lands is being cut off by road closures throughout the National Forest in Region 5. The U.S. Forest Service is citing public safety concerns due to hazardous trees from fast fire seasons. But this blocks the public from accessing their public lands, and it also prevents those roads being used as evacuation routes or access points to fight fires in coming seasons. One road has been closed, called the Grayback Road in the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest in Northern California, is a California Office of Emergency Services designated evacuation route for the town of Happy Camp, California. If Highway 96 is blocked, this is the only other way out of Happy Camp. Litigation is preventing U.S. Service from working with private sector partners to clean up the forests. For example, in the Mendocino National Forest, 300,000 acres burned in 2018. Forest Service wanted to do 4,700 acres, a tiny 2% of that, yet it was blocked by a lawsuit from doing that cleanup work. Without offering the salvaged timber to sale, then that means it's going to cost taxpayers $5.5 million instead of being able to recover some of the money. This litigation harms the public by leaving hazardous trees and snags out in the forest that create safety issues and become fuel for the next
Time
fire.
has expired.
We must reform NEPA and ESA. I yield back.
Any further requests for 1-minute speeches? Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Oh, can you text Fred and Debbie Dingle and say we're starting? Thank you. Check.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to join several of my colleagues tonight to recognize our former colleague, Mr. Paul Mitchell. Paul was recently diagnosed with cancer, and so many of us wanted to send our well wishes that we decided the best way we could do it was from the well of the House, someplace that Paul Mitchell really loved and spent so much of his time. Paul represented Michigan's 10th district in our state's thumb from 2017 until his retirement just this year. In that time, he proved himself to be the kind of principled, practical leader that Michigan is known for. Paul knew that the path to good government runs through reaching across the aisle. The proof is in his record. Paul was intentional about ensuring key legislation be introduced in a bipartisan fashion, and the folks he drew to his legislation ran the gamut of the political spectrum. He was an advocate for students, for investing in innovation, and for economic development. Whether you were on the left or on the right, Paul worked with you to get things done. These days, some might call that behavior an independent, being a maverick, but to us, that was just Paul. When he announced his retirement in July of 2019, in order to spend more time with his family, we of course wished him all the best. But I also felt a twinge of sadness in losing a funny, charming, and humble servant leader. He charted his own course in Congress. As both a legislator and a friend, his presence is deeply missed in this chamber. Earlier this month, we received the news that Paul had been diagnosed with renal cancer. Weeks before, he had had emergency surgery to remove a mass and a blood clot that had moved to his heart. His doctors at Henry Ford Macomb Hospital estimated a 10% chance of survival, but true to form, Paul pulled through. I'm happy to announce that last night, Paul went home to his family in Dryden. He has a long road of recovery ahead of him, one that will require things like physical therapy and immunotherapy. But Paul is approaching his recovery with the typical can-do approach. And we wanted to send him all of our love and all of our strength for recovery, for those of us who spent so much time with him. Here, assembled, we have members of the Michigan delegation, members of the Problem Solvers Caucus, two groups that spent just a ton of time with Paul Mitchell. And Mr. Speaker, it is therefore my privilege to turn the floor over to some of those friends to recognize him in the place that we know he loves so much. So with that, Mr. Speaker, it's my privilege to yield a couple minutes of time to another colleague from Michigan, Mr. Andy Levin.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Slotkin, and thanks for organizing this special order in honor of our dear friend, Paul Mitchell. I represent parts of Macomb and Oakland counties, and during my first term in Congress, Paul and I shared representation of Macomb. Paul represented the northern part, I represent the southern part. And while there were plenty of policies we disagreed on, there were a lot of things we connected on too. We wanted to bring better water infrastructure to Macomb, and Paul, I'm still working on it, and we're going to get there. We talked about our shared history in the workforce world. Paul was a real leader in workforce policy through his company, and I used to run the state workforce system in Michigan, and he was a real leader and a thought leader in that area. And Paul, I'm trying to carry that on as best I can too, as we look towards WIOA reauthorization. And when we did spar over policy positions, it wasn't mean-spirited, and in fact, it was really close to my ideal of what it means to serve in this body. It was real, honest debate, the kind I was happy to have and honored to have. Paul and I now share one more connection, and it's one I wish we didn't share. As a two-time cancer survivor, I know what it's like to get that diagnosis, and I know the stress and the pain that Paul and his family are facing. It's something I wouldn't wish on anyone, and I'm devastated that they have to go through it. I want Paul to know that Mary and I are thinking about you and praying for you as your treatment begins, and that I'm here to lend an ear or even talk through this experience the same way that you did for me when I was just coming to Congress, and you were one of the most generous colleagues I knew. I was lucky to have a neighbor like Paul Mitchell, and I look forward to the day that we can celebrate your remission, Paul, and joust happily once again over the issues of the day. God bless you, and I yield back to my time to Representative Slotkin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to submit notes for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd next like to yield 5 minutes to my colleague from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger.
Thank you to my dear colleague from Michigan for putting together this special time for us to talk about our former colleague, and for so many of us, our friend, Representative Paul Mitchell. I first had the opportunity to meet Representative Mitchell on the floor of the House when his youngest son was visiting. And we were on the House floor, entering our cards in for a vote, and Paul's son wanted to help push the voting button for different members. Paul at that time was a Republican. I am a Democrat. And if you gave your card to Paul's son, he would invariably press the Republican or vote with the Republicans regardless of who you were. So there were quite a few engaged Democrats who thought they were being so kind letting a child vote, who had to run over to the well right behind me to change their vote because indeed, I believe he was 10 at the time, a 10-year-old had somewhat mischievously voted incorrectly. Paul was simultaneously delighted by what was a bit of a funny experience on the House floor, but also a little bit embarrassed that people were running over. But that was Paul. He would bring and does bring joy to every meeting. He is a serious person, focused on policy, focused on truth, on reality, on the things that matter to him, on his incredible career in business, on his wonderful family, eminently proud of his children, and particularly always willing to draw on his personal experiences in business as a parent of a law enforcement officer, to find commonality and to advocate for the things that he believes in. And during our time in Congress, I was so grateful to serve on the Problem Solvers Caucus, or to be part of the Problem Solvers Caucus with Paul, where invariably during our weekly meetings, he would be a jovial part of those meetings, focused on the hard work of legislating, but also on bringing a bit of humanity and commonality to the people gathered around the table, sometimes engaging in very, very difficult conversations. Paul made the very hard decision to retire after his terms in Congress. It was one that, as a friend, I heard him talk through the pros, the cons, whether he was ready to leave this place, a place that, while he was here, he so deeply loved, and a place where I believe, as a colleague, I saw him make a significant impact. But ultimately, with a young child at home, a beautiful farm with lots of sheep, and a renewed interest in a love of racing, Paul did decide that it was time for him to retire. And so since his retirement, I have been a friend who's been on the receiving end of so many photos, as I'm sure many of our colleagues here have been, of snowy days on the farm in Michigan, beautiful views of the water, and race cars. As a Virginian, we have a NASCAR racetrack just on the line of my district. I generally like to claim it. And Paul was scheduled before his diagnosis to come to Virginia for a race. And so I just thought, how hysterical is that a man I used to talk hard policy issues and debate policy and disagree sometimes very fervently with, is now going to be literally racing through my district, or just adjacent, in his race car. And so I look forward to the time when Paul, because he is a fighter, and regardless of any diagnosis, I think we know that he's intent on getting back in his race car, back to his farm, and certainly continuing to be engaged and focused. I look forward to the time when we can welcome him in Virginia, for him to race around the track. I'm unsure whether or not I may choose to enter into that vehicle with him, but I may stand on the sidelines and cheer. Paul is an incredible friend. He was an incredibly good member of Congress, because at every moment he just was focused on what was right. I know that's how he was in business, in his personal life before he came here. I know that's how he continues to be. But certainly as a new member of Congress, witnessing someone who always genuinely showed kindness and heart. Every conversation he had here in the halls of Congress was a great example to me. And I am so proud to have served with him during his time in Congress. But far more than that, I am deeply honored to call Paul Mitchell a friend, a real friend, and deeply honored to know that he is someone who will always stand up for truth, who will always stand up for what is right, who will always stand up for his family, for his friends, and for his country. And so, my dear friend, I wish you the very best as you continue in your recovery. We are all thinking of you, and I am so grateful for your friendship. I yield back.
All right. Well, in honor of Mr. Mitchell, we will now start going Democrat-Republican to demonstrate our bipartisanship. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to next yield a few minutes to my other colleague from Michigan, Mr. Meyer.
Thank you to my colleague from the great state of Michigan, and I guess thank you for all of the service that Paul has given this body, that has given our country, has given our state. The morning when I was supposed to first meet Paul was the same morning that he announced that he was not running for re-election. And he defined that spirit of making that decisive moves. It's no secret that for the freshman class who have entered, the past 6 months have been less than normal. I take the assurances of my colleagues who've been in this body for more terms that what we've seen so far has been atypical, but I cannot thank Paul enough for the example that he set, for the wisdom that he shared, and for his perennial, if ever blunt, honesty. All too often, especially politicians can walk and dance and do a jig around the truth. And Paul was always incredibly clear about where he stood and what he believed. So I'm grateful for the friendship that I've been able to develop with him as a freshman, and I look forward to many more of those moments. And I want Paul and his family to know that he's in our prayers. My wife, Gabriella, and I keep him in our prayers. The challenges that he's dealing with are being felt by too many, but I'm proud to call him a friend as he continues to fight on. And with that, I would like to yield the remainder of my time to my colleague, Ms. Locken.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next, it's my pleasure to yield 2 minutes to another colleague from Michigan, Mr. Upton.
Well, thanks for doing this, and I'm sorry to sort of jump people in line, but we're in a full committee markup, so I got to get back. But yeah, I have to say that my friend Paul Mitchell grew up the eldest of 7 kids. Literally a natural-born leader of the pack, he was the first of his extended family to graduate from college. He's noted that his mom raised him to believe that those with talents and resources were expected by God to make a difference in the world, and by God he did. Tenacious and focused like a laser beam, he set and met goals. A scrappy fighter, he's now met his most formidable foe, that is for sure, and he's all in for that fight. And in a text that I got from him a little bit earlier today, he said, as you know, I'm one tough cuss. Yes, Paul, you are. And you know what? Everybody knows it. Not only your Republican and Democratic colleagues, but certainly the former president and probably all of your constituents back in Michigan as well. You are a tough cuss. Yesterday, my colleague Diana DeGette and I introduced a discussion draft called 21st Century Cures 2.0. 392 of us in this chamber, including Paul, voted for the 21st Century Cures enacted in 2016, which expedites the approval of new drugs. This bill that we're working on now, 2.0, could well indeed speed the approval of new drugs even faster. So it indeed could be the very lifeline for Paul and so many like him, thousands of Americans and around the world that somehow are impacted by this terrible disease that we all want to survive. Paul's life is characterized by exceeding expectations, defying the odds, and we know that's what he intends to do now for sure. And if anybody can, it's Paul. So we're with you, Paul. You may be watching every step of the way, all of us, and would ask unanimous consent to put his farewell address that he stated back in July of 2019 into the record as part of this tribute. And Alyssa, thank you again for organizing this time for many of his friends that would like to say a few words tonight and push him forward to get to that finish line and come back. God bless you.
Without objection.
Thank you, Fred. It's now my pleasure to yield a few minutes to another colleague from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
Well, thank you to my colleague, Congresswoman Slotkin, for organizing this tribute session to our friend and former colleague, Paul Mitchell. It is very symbolic of what it is like to be a member of the Michigan delegation. There are 14 of us, 7 Democrats, 7 Republicans, representing a state just a little over 10 million people. And yet we come together time and time again to champion matters and issues for our state, if it's the Great Lakes or veterans issues or our automotive industry. And that is exactly what we are doing here today. We are standing up for our friend who is in a fight against cancer. And we are doing it on the floor of the House of Representatives before this man loves the floor of the House of Representatives. So there is no place more symbolic than this to tell Paul, you have got this. Sherry, you have got this. And to your kids, who I know you love dearly, we are standing by you every step of the way. Paul was certainly a champion, not only for the legislative process and the business of doing government right by people, but he was a champion for Michigan. And if you hear his words as he's talked about his experience, his recent diagnosis, you hear Paul saying, this was a gift from God. This was a gift from God, even when it got scary, because he's getting a little bit more of life. He's getting more of a chance to continue to push and to stand up for what he knows he's worked his life for, which is the creation of his wonderful family and being in the state he loves so dearly. And Paul, I'll just tell you, I have so many fond memories of you. I have fond memories of learning from you on this very floor. I have fond memories of being at Chrysler with you, which was really exciting for a first-term congresswoman to be alongside you, seeing the new vehicles and having discussions with the workforce at Chrysler in my district, but I know you have many Chrysler employees in the Michigan 10th district as well. And so those are the memories, those are the things that we celebrate with your service, but also with your continued dedication. So it's a real privilege and honor to be here with my colleagues, telling you, Paul, you have got this, you're going to keep going, and we are going to keep fighting another day. Thank you so much, and with that, I'll yield back my time to Congresswoman Slotkin.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, next it's my pleasure to yield a few minutes to a colleague from New York, Mr. Reed.
Well, I thank my colleague, and I truly do thank her for organizing this special order this evening for our friend Paul Mitchell. You know, Mr. Speaker, I come here this evening with no prepared remarks other than to make some comments shared by my colleagues about this great man. Paul Mitchell is truly a friend. Paul Mitchell is someone I've gotten to know over the years here in Congress and watched him develop in his own right, watched him become a very serious and astute legislator. I watched him join the Problem Solvers Caucus that we started, and many of the colleagues have talked about the Problem Solvers Caucus. And he came to us from leadership, and in that process, he did some things because that's a very special club, and we have some very special rules and commitments to each other. And in order to fulfill those commitments and those terms of honor in serving in that caucus with our colleagues, he demonstrated publicly, privately, and to our fellow members of the Problem Solvers Caucus what it means to be an honorable member of Congress. And I will tell you that for that I was forever grateful to have been in a position to encourage Paul to join the Problem Solvers Caucus. And when he, in particular, one day exhibited that very limited leadership quality that is so lacking here in the United States House of Representatives today, in my opinion, he showed true courage, true statesmanship, true leadership. And I just have to tell you, as we got the news, Paul, about your diagnosis, and I'm speaking to you directly here from the floor, Paul, we all immediately came to your side. We all immediately, in our thoughts, in our prayers, in our bond of friendship, stood with you and your family. And we are standing with you and your family as you go through this next chapter of your life. And please know that you're not alone. To you and to your family, as a member of this body and as a member of the Problem Solvers Caucus, as a member serving your country as a great citizen, that we all stand with you and your family as you go through this ordeal that you face. That being said, I join with my colleagues in saying, we know Paul Mitchell. We know your heart, Paul. We know your tenacity and your perseverance. And we know you're going to get through this. And you're going to get through this in a way only Paul Mitchell can get through it. And so as we come here today to give some fine words on behalf of you, Paul, and on behalf of your family, know we are also sending more than words. We are sending our shoulders to cry upon, our shoulders to lean upon, and as you have exhibited over the years, even a shoulder to laugh upon during this difficult time. And it's those lessons of life that you taught me, serving with you here in the House, that you cannot take life too seriously, that life is too short. That is why, as my colleagues noted, he retired to be with his young family and his other children to make sure that he kept his priorities straight. And you did, Paul. You put your family, you put your health, you put your future first in regards to the time of your life to make that decision to retire from this body. And so I am just humbled to be here with my colleagues. I truly thank my colleagues on the Democratic side. I thank my colleagues on the Republican side for coming together here tonight to honor one of our best from the U.S. House of Representatives, Paul, and that's you. And for that, we'll be forever grateful to be able to call you a friend, a colleague, and in the end, a survivor. And with that, I yield back to my friend from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Reed, for those heartfelt words. Mr. Speaker, next it's my pleasure to yield a few minutes to a colleague from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips, another member of the Problem Solvers Caucus.
Thank you to my colleague from Michigan and to all my friends. Paul, you might not know this, but you're an important mentor of mine, one of the most important mentors I've had in my brief career in this chamber. And you represent the very most precious and sometimes rare of attributes in the U.S. Congress, and that is principle. You are a man of principle at a time when our country needs that and you more than ever. You're a man of great intelligence and success and decency and empathy and honesty and integrity. I remember my first conversation with Paul, and we were speaking about education, higher education. And it was that conversation that reminded me that we can learn so much more from people of different perspectives than we do from those who are cut from the same cloth. And when Paul made the difficult but very principled decision to become an independent at the end of his career here in Congress, he wrote a letter to the House clerk to announce the change in affiliation. And the last line of the letter read, and I quote, "While admittedly symbolic, we all know that symbols matter. We all know that symbols matter." And when you retired from Congress, Paul, you said, and I quote again, "I can't begin to express to you how difficult it is to say something like, 'I'm done,' because I've never been done before." And let me tell you, my friend, you're not done yet, and we sure as heck are not done with you. We love you, Paul, and America joins me in sending our love to you and yours as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Well, in conclusion, Paul, as you can imagine, we, of course, had our schedule changed 12 different times today. There are many, many more of our colleagues who are submitting official notes for the record and who are stuck in various places and will reach out directly. But to you and to your family, for the legacy that you left in this place, please know that we see you, we recognize you, we believe in your will to fight. And we're behind you 100%. So with that, I thank you to my colleagues for joining on both sides of the aisle, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sorry, perfect. I now want to recognize, in the nick of time, I'm sorry about the schedule changes, my colleague from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
I thank the gentlelady, and I wouldn't have missed this. We have Energy and Commerce markup that continues on. But I guess through the chair to Paul, I wouldn't miss the opportunity to encourage you and express through the chair, Paul, my deep appreciation for you as a friend, as a colleague, as a fighter, And though I've not heard all the comments of my colleagues, I'm sure that they have said to you, we love you. We're pulling for you. For Sherry, for the family, we're in your corner, but we also know that you're the one that has to fight this. And friends sometimes feel that in a very unique way, that it's a helpless feeling. That as we think about you and pray for you, and as a co-chairman of the Congressional Prayer Caucus, you probably ought to expect that I'm praying for you. And I will. I'm praying that God will give you strength, God that will give you patience, endurance, and even a joy in the process of what you are modeling to your family as you go through this. I know you're a tough guy. We've had our verbal battles together all the time, and I'm not even going to admit today that you may have won on a few occasions. I know that you race cars, and you race cars not to lose. And you race cars to take that victory lap after you went through the checker flag. And right now we're expecting you to race, to give it your absolute best, to use all the resources necessary to continue on, because your life is important to your family, to your friends, and to those of us who look on. If we admit, though you're going through a physical challenge that none of us are going through right now, but in the reality of life, none of us on the floor right here and now have any more certainty about any longer time given to us than you have. I might not make it tomorrow, so it's important that we buy up the day that we have. And my prayers are that you're doing that. In the challenges that you face, Paul, in the disappointments, in the discouragements that come, in the dark hours at night, yet there is someone, and I'm not saying this to you simply because I'm a preacher, even though I've gone to the dark side. I'm saying it to you because my relationship with the Savior makes it possible for me to look to the future, whatever that future means, with hope, with certainty. The Jesus who I hope is the spirit I exude to my colleagues, my friends, my neighbors, and to you tonight, Paul, is the same one who said, I'm come that you might have life and have it abundantly. He's the same one that came to die for each of us and understands our needs. He's the same one that said, I'm the resurrection and the life. He that believes in me, though he die, and we all will, yet shall he live. For whosoever lives and believes in me shall never abide in death. That's an eternal thing. And Paul, you and I have talked about those spiritual things as well. Pull onto your faith. You and Sherry, pull on that faith. Let it strengthen you. Let it encourage you. Let the loving, loving Savior who gave himself for you and me and everyone give you the strength to battle on, to go on that racetrack of challenge, and whatever, to find a certainty that in him there's an eternity. There's an eternity that begins here and now. Paul, we love you. I love you. I'll be praying for you. I'm counting on you to do everything you can. I'm counting on your family to be blessed because of the example you're setting. But I'm also saying to you that we're going to keep on supporting you. God bless you, brother.
Thank you, Mr. Wahlberg, for those kind words. Paul, I hope you know the strength that we are sending you, all of us on both sides of the aisle. We feel it. We've been talking about you and Sherry and the kids constantly. And we hope that from our convening on you, you feel that strength and the power to fight back and beat this thing. With that, I thank you to my colleagues, and to you, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2024, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during our time tonight, my colleagues and I will address the major crises happening here and at home, happening close to home, happening abroad. Our message tonight will all have a consistent theme. House Republicans are leading the fight, whether it is protecting the Hyde Amendment, taking action to fix President Biden's economic crisis, or holding China accountable for the COVID-19 cover-up once and for all. On the last point, the time has come for Congress to take seriously its job to hold China accountable for their role in the proliferation of the COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic has killed over 600,000 Americans, ruined the American economy, forced into closure many people's livelihoods, and destabilized our way of life. Just as we did in the aftermath of 9/11 in response to the Great Recession, Speaker Pelosi and her colleagues on her side of the aisle cannot abdicate Congress's constitutional responsibility to investigate the origins of COVID-19 and the roles both of the Chinese Communist Party and the World Health Organization played in preventing an expeditious global response. A March 2020 report by the University of Southampton found if interventions in China could have been conducted 1, 2, or 3 weeks earlier, cases could have been reduced by 66%, 86%, and 95%, respectively. That is inexcusable. Luckily for the American people, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy and the House Republicans have a plan to hold China accountable and ensure an atrocity such as the CCP virus never happens again. The American people deserve transparency. That's why Congress must declassify information related to the origins of COVID-19. Yes, that includes any report that comes from President Biden's recent requests. For far too long, the government has allowed individuals with known ties to the CCP or Chinese state-owned or enterprises to benefit from American research and innovation. That's why we must continue to pursue policies that curbs any gains made by the Chinese Communist Party. It's also time for Congress to prohibit the National Institute of Health or any entity that receives grants and funding from NIH from conducting research or spending resources on research with malicious foreign actors. This includes China. Our taxpayer dollars should not be going into arming our adversaries. Foreign policy is a crucial element to holding China accountable. Congress must compel the administration to flex its foreign policy posture and reform the World Health Organization. As more information comes forward, it is evident that the WHO was complicit in China's cover-up of the exploding pandemic. Their negligence is directly responsible for the loss of lives of millions of lives. We need trusted actors such as Taiwan to form part of the organization. In keeping in line with a tough foreign policy stance, Congress must implement a new round of tough and deliberate sanctions on anyone, whether they are Chinese nationals with ties to the CCP or high-level executives at the World Health Organization who willfully participated in the cover-up of the COVID-19 pandemic and helped prevent a robust global response. Millions of lives are on their hands. Another tool at our disposal is for Congress to pass the resolution introduced by my Florida colleague, Congressman Michael Waltz and Senator Rick Scott, to prevent Beijing from hosting the Winter Olympics. And finally, we need to give the families of victims the closure they deserve by allowing them to sue the Chinese Communist Party and any CCP official who participated in the cover-up. They killed over 500,000 Americans. They deserve no sovereign immunity. Mr. Speaker, it's time for us to do our jobs and join Leader McCarthy and the House Republicans in holding China accountable, holding our adversaries accountable, and ensuring an atrocity such as this never happens again. And now, Mr. Speaker, it's my honor to introduce the Congressman from Texas, Van Taylor, Congressman Van Taylor is a decorated Iraq War veteran and an important member of the Financial Services Committee, and I will yield 2 minutes to the Congressman.
Thank you to my colleague from Florida's 26th District. On the heels of a global pandemic, which crippled small businesses and hurt workers, President Biden has offered a budget that doesn't address the problems that we so desperately confront as Americans. There is not any additional funding for border security at a time right now when our border is in crisis, despite the fact that this budget has the highest sustained tax burden and the largest budget ever in the history of this country, the largest budget to ever be before this body. And the prescription of that budget is exactly the opposite of where we need to be going. As our economy comes out of the fits and starts of recovering from COVID, this threatens to overheat even further our economy. We know our economy is overheated. Let me give you a couple examples. And since May of 2020, home prices have increased by almost 13%. Used car and truck prices are up over 20%. Lumber prices are up over 300%. Cold rolled steel has gone from $630 a ton to $1,450 a ton. Our economy is overheated. The last thing we need is the massive $55 trillion of taxes and spending that is in the budget today in front of this body. You heard me correctly, $55 trillion directly from the pockets of Americans who are already struggling to pay these higher gas prices, to pay for higher prices for groceries. And this is all a result of President Biden's misguided fiscal policies. I urge my Democrat colleagues, please reconsider your support for Biden's broken budgeting methods. In the great state of Texas, small businesses and families live within their means. We must do the same. I yield back.
I want to thank my esteemed colleague from Texas. Those are great words. Now, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Nels is a veteran law enforcement officer and proud representative of Texas 22nd District. I yield 2 minutes to the Congressman and my great friend.
Thank you, my good friend, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here. I'd like to highlight some of the stated goals of the Invest in America Act: create and sustain good-paying jobs, restore global competitiveness, tackle climate change, modernize infrastructure, and spur long-term economic growth. These are laudable goals that most, if not all of us here support. However, when you focus on the real title, the Invest in America Act misses on all of those marks, and in fact, has the potential to turn back the clocks on our envy of the world freight rail system. Freight railroads provide excellent high-paying jobs with a Class I freight's employees' compensation averaging $132,000 per year. On competitiveness, the freight rail industry met the demands of our nation during the pandemic by never closing and continually moving the goods we needed to preserve public health. They did all of it, I might add, without asking for any bailout money. On the environment, freight railroads are also the most fuel-efficient way to move freight over land. On average, railroads move 1 ton of freight more than 480 miles, and they do it on 1 gallon of fuel. On modern infrastructure, unlike the rest of our nation's transportation system, our freight rail system receives the highest grade from the civil engineers for their infrastructure, a B. On economic opportunity, freight rail's economic impact in 2017 alone manifested itself in over 1.1 million jobs, $219 billion in economic output, and $71 billion in wages, and nearly $26 billion total tax revenues. The freight railroads can meet all of these goals because the railroads, not the American taxpayers, spend the $25 billion annually needed to improve and maintain their infrastructure. $25 billion annually needed to improve and maintain their infrastructure. Private companies are simply better custodians of infrastructure networks than the federal government, and we should be utilizing that simple reality, not bemoaning it. While President Biden, Secretary Buttigieg, and Chairman DeFazio regularly profess their love for trains, the truth is that it only extends to the highly subsidized passenger version. The Invest in America Act spent almost $100 billion on Amtrak. Amtrak ridership was already collapsing outside of the Northeast Corridor before COVID. Where passenger rail makes sense, private companies like Virgin Trains are building new passenger lines. The rail title couldn't include provisions to accelerate the deployment of new safety technologies on freight rail, but ensures that French toast will be served on every Amtrak train. It does nothing to expand freight rail service by moving new in-demand products like liquefied natural gas, but will pay to roll empty Amtrak trains through new parts of the country. So if Amtrak is so good and deserves an 850% funding increase from the previous rail title, I challenge everyone voting for the Invest in America Act to use Amtrak instead of the airline next time you need to head from your district up to the Capitol. This rail title is too expensive, too damaging to the economy, and too partisan to pass. However, it is not too late to work together. I introduced an amendment to the Rules Committee to strike the entire rail title. The base text is simply too flawed to fix, and we must do better. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congressman. And now it's, Mr. Speaker, it's my honor to introduce the Congressman from California, Mike Garcia. Congressman Garcia flew over 30 combat missions during Operation Iraqi Freedom as a naval aviator, and we thank you for your service, sir. I yield 2 minutes to the Congressman.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. I appreciate the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call on Congress and the Biden administration to hold China accountable for its role in the COVID-19 pandemic. The evidence suggests that this virus, like too many other things in the world, was made in China. Despite the growing evidence surrounding China's lack of transparency and mishandling of the COVID-19 pandemic, House Democrats continue to stonewall Republican efforts to investigate the origins of COVID-19. Republicans have made numerous calls for the need to investigate the origins of COVID and hold China accountable, but the majority has yet to hold a single hearing on it. This is shameful. Americans deserve transparency and they deserve answers. We must hold China accountable for its cover-up of this deadly virus that has taken the lives of 3.8 million humans worldwide, including 600,000 American lives. Under the Trump administration, we had an investigation in place to investigate the origins of COVID-19, but that necessary investigation was ended by this Biden administration. Instead of holding our adversaries accountable, the current administration is bowing down to them. They've chosen a strategy of appeasement rather than accountability. If America wants to remain a leader on the global stage, and if we want to remain a safe and secure nation, we must hold China and other adversaries absolutely accountable. My Republican colleagues and I stand ready to work across the aisle to deliver the transparency and answer the questions that Americans deserve answers to. I hope that our colleagues across the aisle will join us in our efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Garcia. And now, Mr. Speaker, Glenn Grothman of Wisconsin is an experienced legislator in Wisconsin and the United States Congressman, and I yield 2 minutes to my colleague from Wisconsin.
Thank you. As we turn on the news every night and we think again and again about all the changes to America that have happened in the last 4 months, it's so easy to just focus on the border or focus on the inflation or focus on the constant drumbeat that America is a horrible racist nation. And by doing so, forget the huge changes we've had in American law and American funding that affect the number of abortions that happen not only in the United States but around the world. It's hard to believe that throughout most of this country's history, even before ultrasounds were invented, the consensus in this country was that abortion was horrific, it was murder. What have we done in the last few months? First of all, we've repealed the Mexico City policy so that funds are one more time going to organizations abroad that don't directly but indirectly fund abortions. Secondly, we've overturned President Trump's Protect Life rule, which will reopen Title X family planning funding for Planned Parenthood. We believe that under this, Planned Parenthood has received $60 million a year, which not only in part goes to fund abortions, but also goes to fund an organization that's designed to encourage or change America's traditional dislike of abortion. We're restoring funding to the UN Population Fund, which supported China's birth limit law and is also proselytizing for abortion. In the latest attack on unborn babies pro-life Americans, President Biden released a fiscal year 2022 budget that removes the Hyde Amendment, the long-standing provision that prohibits federal funding of abortions. We don't believe this is what Americans want. The vast majority of Americans do not support taxpayer funding of abortion. So much for the unity that President Biden promised us. There is over time more and more scientific literature that demonstrates unborn babies can feel pain at a very early gestational, at the 15-week-old gestational age. So much for science. This is pro-abortion extremism. We can start by making the Hyde Amendment permanent by passing H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman, and I couldn't agree with you more about the Hyde Amendment, and I think the majority of Americans couldn't agree with you more about the Hyde Amendment. We need to maintain that. The majority of Americans do not want to fund taxpayer-funded abortions. And so now, Mr. Speaker, Congressman John Rose of Tennessee is an eighth-generation farmer and a key member of the Financial Services Committee, and I now yield 2 minutes to Congressman Rose.
Thank you, Representative Jimenez. Mr. Speaker, I rise before you tonight to speak on behalf of those who cannot speak for themselves. The right to life is one of the founding principles of our nation. Every human being, born or unborn, is entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our government was created to secure these rights without exception, not to take them away. Yet today we see this right under attack as the Biden administration continues their war on the unborn by seeking to remove the Hyde Amendment, a long-standing pro-life protection that has saved 2.5 million lives from abortion since 1976. As a father of two sons, Guy and Sam, I have been blessed to watch them grow from a tiny dot on a medical monitor to the strong and healthy boys they are today. When I look at my sons, I am crestfallen for the millions and millions of children whose lives have been cruelly taken right as they were beginning. Not too long ago, President Joe Biden stated, quote, "Those of us who are opposed to abortion should not be compelled to pay for it," close quote. But this proposed budget fails to include the Hyde Amendment, making it clear that President Biden does not value life. Before coming to Washington, I vowed to be unapologetically pro-life. I stand before you tonight because I, along with most of my fellow Tennesseans, disagree with this administration and believe taxpayer dollars should never be used to fund abortions. Societies are measured by how they treat their most vulnerable. That includes the unborn. This is why it sickens me to see the Biden administration's intention to use the power of the federal government to force us to support and fund organizations that perform abortions. I thank God for the miracle that is life and will work to secure a chance at life for every unborn baby so that we may hear their voice, see their potential, and give them the same basic opportunity at living that we have secured and received ourselves. And I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. Mr. Speaker, Congressman Glenn Thompson of Pennsylvania is the ranking member of the Agriculture Committee. Mr. Thompson and I share a common experience as a former firefighter, and I yield 2 minutes to the Congressman and the former firefighter.
Well, I thank my brother firefighter for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the importance of the Hyde Amendment. In the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson penned 3 unalienable rights: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. As members of Congress, it's our job to uphold those rights, and that can start with protecting the Hyde Amendment. For over 40 years, the Hyde Amendment has maintained bipartisan support and passed through Congress. Even President Joe Biden, then Senator Joe Biden, supported this amendment. The Hyde Amendment ensures that Americans are not forced to pay for abortions with their tax dollars. But this year, the Hyde Amendment is under attack. The current administration budget proposal calls for the Hyde Amendment to be removed from fiscal year 2022 budget. This is radical, even for Democrats. The Hyde Amendment saves lives. Since its original introduction, nearly 2.5 million lives have been saved from abortion. With nearly 60% of Americans agreeing that taxpayer dollars should not be used to fund abortions, we must keep the Hyde Amendment in the fiscal year 2022 budget and beyond. For these reasons, I am proud to be an original co-sponsor of H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act. This bill would make the Hyde Amendment permanent and government-wide. Mr. Speaker, we know life begins at conception, and that is why we must stand up and continue to fight for the unborn. And I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Speaker, Congressman Scott Perry of Pennsylvania retired as a Brigadier General in the Army. Thank you for your service, and now represents the great people of Pennsylvania's 10th District. I yield 2 minutes to Congressman Perry.
I thank my good friend, Mr. Jimenez, for being here and inviting us. You know, over the past year and a half, the American people have endured a nationwide pandemic and its impact on every aspect of all of our lives. More than 600,000 Americans have died, and their families have suffered the immeasurable grief of that. And this was all preventable, ladies and gentlemen. The Communist Party is directly responsible. I don't know why we can't say it. I don't know why we can't look into it. Our economy was devastated. Lives were crushed. Things that can never be gotten back. People lost jobs. People lost their dreams. Can't be gotten back. It's going to take our economy years to rebuild. And Americans want answers, and they deserve answers. I don't understand why the majority party here doesn't want to investigate this. They want to investigate everything else, but they're not interested in this. Let me tell you what we know. In November of 2019, scientists at the Wuhan Institute of Virology came down with a sickness consistent with COVID-19. We know that. The World Health Organization's initial report, and I say initial because it was so politically charged, they had to come up with another one. China, in that report, China maintains sole authority of those investigating it. And oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, 60 of the people that were investigating it weren't scientists. Somehow we trust them, but we can't have our own investigations. The Chinese Communist Party is guilty of obstruction of evidence. It's clear. It is clear. Now, while the majority has denied calls for an investigation, continuing the cult of fear, and let me talk to you about the cult of fear. Remember when touching a doorknob was supposed to give you the virus? You couldn't shake hands. You had to buy as much toilet paper and water as you could because you couldn't go to the store, you couldn't visit your loved ones, and heaven forbid your kids go to school. And even today, when we want our kids to go to school, we're told we're terrorists and science deniers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's stop the cult of fear. Let's stop it. Let's get the majority party, let's beseech the majority party to open an investigation because the American people deserve to know the origins of this virus. With that, I yield back and I thank the gentleman.
Thank you, Congressman. I couldn't agree with you more, and my opening statements were about China and their complicity, and we do need to investigate China and the World Health Organization. And what did they know? When did they know it? Again, as I said, if we had known about this 2, 3, 1, 2, or 3 weeks earlier, we could have saved an incredible number of lives. And so now, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Michael Cloud represents the 13th District of Texas and is the only Texas Republican on the Agriculture Committee. I yield 2 minutes to Congressman Cloud.
Thank you. Appreciate the time to be here. Thank you for leading this. This is such an important topic. We've seen in the last year and a half go from the greatest economy the world's ever seen to very perilous times for the American people. Some of it not of our choosing, some of it, unfortunately, of our choosing. About a year and a half ago, I would ask in virtually every meeting I went in my district throughout Texas, I'd ask every industry, what's your biggest problem right now? And they would tell us, we can't find enough people. Now, the reason was very different a year and a half ago than it is today. I get the same answer, but for very different reasons. A year and a half ago, the economy was doing so good. Businesses were booming, we were hiring, wages were growing across every demographic. Now it's because we're paying people to stay home. This is an attack against the American worker, against the American economy, against the American work ethic that took us from a struggling colonies to an amazing influence on the world stage, to the greatest economy ever in all of humanity. Now, what's really troubling is to see the attack against the American worker that this administration has chosen to pick out certain industries that were very strong for us, particularly the energy industry. We've seen pipelines shut down here while pipelines encouraged to be built in our adversarial nations. We've seen this push toward green energy so that we can buy solar panels from China while China continues to build hundreds of coal power plants. So this obviously isn't about the environment. This is about destabilizing the economy here at home while we empower adversarial nations abroad. Recently, I was at the border, and we funded border infrastructure, but yet in the last administration, but now we've stopped it, even though the contract's already signed, and we won't even continue the contracts enough to plug in the lights that are already built at the border. What's going at the border is wreaking havoc on communities throughout our state and throughout this nation. We talk also about China and the devastating impact they've had in the coronavirus. We need to investigate that. This administration needs to step up and investigate that. There was some talk some time ago about how Fauci had sent money to the Wuhan lab and whether or not that was funding gain-of-function research or not. Whether or not it was, what in the world are we doing sending money to a Wuhan lab when China is the #1 theft? They steal more intellectual property than any other nation state from us. We can make America work. America works when we support the American worker. Let's get back to doing that. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Cloud. I appreciate those comments. Mr. Speaker, Congressman John Joyce of Pennsylvania is part of the Doctors Caucus and worked with the U.S. Navy at Portsmouth Naval Hospital in Virginia during Operations Desert Shield and Desert Storm. I thank you for your service, sir. I yield 2 minutes to the Congressman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, my commitment to life is rooted in the unequivocal truth that every person is created in the image and likeness of God. As a father and a grandfather, I can tell you that there is no greater gift than a new life. As a doctor, I can tell you that science confirms what we have known for centuries. Every unborn child is a person deserving of fundamental rights. During the span of my own medical career, I have witnessed remarkable innovation. With today's technology, there can be no doubt that a child in the womb is a living person. Despite this evidence, Democrats are mounting unprecedented attacks on pro-life protections. First, President Biden repealed the Mexico City policy. Then, House Democrats blocked the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. Now they are attempting to repeal the Hyde Amendment, which bans federal funds from being used to pay for abortion services. Since 1976, this key protection has been attached to all legislation passed in Congress, preventing American taxpayer dollars from funding abortion against their will. It is wholly reprehensible to require pro-life Americans to pay for abortion against their conscience. As Congress considers appropriation and legislation, I urge colleagues to dispense with their attacks on the long-standing Hyde Amendment. To uphold the dignity of human life, we must preserve this protection. It's simple. The Hyde Amendment saves lives. Despite the challenges ahead, we must persevere in this fight. As we read in Romans 12, do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Our enduring commitment to protect image bearers and defend the sanctity of human life will prevail. Thank you, and I yield.
And who would know better than protecting life and saving life than the good doctor from Pennsylvania and my colleague, Congressman John Joyce. I now, it's my honor to introduce the Congressman from Arkansas, French Hill. The Congressman has led a distinguished career in business and public service and serves as a member of the Financial Services Committee, and I will yield 2 minutes.
I thank my friend, and I appreciate him calling us together tonight to talk about the mistakes that President Biden is making, the crisis that his policies are brewing across a number of areas. Tonight, I rise, Mr. Speaker, to address the state of our economic future. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, Congress came together last year on a bipartisan basis and targeted relief to provide for families and hardworking Americans. Now, as vaccines are distributed and Americans are returning to work, the Biden administration is spending an unprecedented amount of money in an untargeted way. $6 trillion, Mr. Speaker, and $6 trillion of deficits for 10 years to come. They're funding a manic, untargeted wish list that, in my view, is going to impoverish our kids and grandkids and contribute to too many dollars chasing too few goods. And when you combine this fiscal policy with the Federal Reserve's buying of $120 billion of government debt every month, you are brewing inflation, Mr. Speaker. And in my view, inflation is just a tax on hardworking Americans trying to save for retirement, try to save money for kids in college, trying to buy the necessities of gas, food, build a new home, add on to a home. And this inflation is a tax on working Americans. And Joe Biden and his illiterate economic policy, both in monetary policy and fiscal policy, are a contributor. So, Mr. Speaker, Republicans have a better way. We have a better way to target spending, balance our budget, and not impoverish our kids and grandkids. And if Republicans take this House back, Mr. Speaker, we will get our economic house in order. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman. Now it's my pleasure to introduce the Congressman Mauser. Comes from a family dedicated to public service. He serves as a member of the Veterans Affairs Committee and the Education and Labor Committee. I yield 2 minutes to Congressman Mauser.
Well, I thank my friend, the gentleman from Florida, very much. Mr. Speaker, we are here with over 600,000 American fatalities from the COVID virus. Anyone who referred to the COVID virus as the China virus or originating in Wuhan has been somewhat ridiculed along the way. Yet the evidence continues to mount that the origins of the virus were certainly from Wuhan and very likely from the Wuhan viral lab. Leader McCarthy has recently put out 8 pillars of action, an action plan for what we, in a bipartisan manner as Americans, should mandate, should require, should pursue. The first of which, number 1, is declassification of intelligence. Bring transparency to the U.S. intelligence on what China knew about the virus, about its origins, and when they knew it. Number 2, prohibit the dangerous gain-of-function research in and with China. Number 3, prohibition on national institutes of health that are funding adversarial foreign governments. We need to ensure American tax dollars don't fund foreign governments intent on harming the U.S. and our allies. Number 4, a overhaul of the World Health Organization and counterintelligence investigation. Transparency, clear understanding of the inner workings of the World Health Organization is what Americans and the world is demanding. Number 5, utilizing existing authorities to perform investigations. Launch independent investigations of the COVID's origins. Number 6, visa restrictions and sanctions on any agency or individual who there's evidence to show was involved in any form of cover-up or misleading of the general public when it came to the COVID's origins. Number 7, yes, waive Chinese sovereign immunity, allow families of COVID victims to sue China for any damages, and unless the above is met, we relocate the 2022 Olympics from China. The world cannot gather in China for peaceful games knowingly when we have strong evidence to believe that this virus originated in Wuhan and was covered up. So I yield back.
I want to thank my colleague from Pennsylvania's 13th District for those strong words, strong ideas on we need to hold the people accountable for that unleashed this horrific virus on the United States and the world at large. And now, Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Mary Miller of Illinois is a farmer, a business manager, and a member of the Agriculture and Education and Labor Committees, and I will yield 2 minutes to the Congresswoman.
Thank you. Thank you to my colleague, Congressman Carlos Jimenez. The Biden administration is promoting its American Jobs Plan as an infrastructure proposal. In reality, it is just a tax and spend package that has little to do with actual infrastructure. We can all agree that the nation's infrastructure is a key component to a well-functioning economy. However, Democrats are disguising a liberal wish list of big government programs as infrastructure. Of the $2.25 trillion in total spending, only 5% is going to go toward traditional road infrastructure projects. The Biden administration is labeling everything they propose as infrastructure in an attempt to deceive the American people into thinking that they are talking about roads and bridges. Our constituents deserve an honest accounting of what Congress proposes to do with their hard-earned tax dollars. President Biden's infrastructure plan is not about infrastructure. It's about growing the size and power of the federal government. This plan is fiscally irresponsible, and it adds to the massive debt burden that we are leaving our children and grandchildren. We should mourn over what we are leaving our children and grandchildren. The American people deserve better. Thank you, and I yield back.
And Congresswoman, I couldn't agree with you more. As a father and a grandfather, it is atrocious what the debt that we're going to be leaving our children and our grandchildren. We are stealing their future. They will not have the money that they need to provide for their programs and their infrastructure that they need to fund in the future, and that's one of the reasons why I wholeheartedly agree with you. And thank you so much for those comments, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to introduce the Congressman from Kansas, Tracy Mann. Congressman Mann is a fifth-generation Kansan and proudly serves on the Agriculture and Veterans Affairs Committees, and he represents Kansas' 1st District.
Thank you, Congressman. Thanks for hosting this special order. Mr. Speaker, I rise to discuss winners and losers under President Biden's policies. When I was a kid playing 8-man football for the Quinter Bulldogs in rural Kansas, there wasn't much room for debate on the winners and the losers of the game. You either win or you didn't. You either scored more touchdowns, scored more two-point conversions, and got more tackles than the other team, or you didn't, plain and simple. The same is true with America today. President Biden's progressive policies make for very clear winners and very clear losers. Consider these 3 examples. Winner number 1, Communist China. Loser, America. On January 31, 2020, America received warning that the coronavirus had possibly been engineered in the Wuhan Institute of Virology in Wuhan, China. In late 2020, America began investigating the link between the spread of the coronavirus and the Wuhan lab. In one of his first acts as president, Joe Biden prematurely ended the investigation into the Wuhan lab. Now, with new insurmountable evidence that the coronavirus could have been engineered in the Wuhan lab, President Biden and Speaker Nancy Pelosi refused to investigate the origins of COVID-19, even with overwhelming support for an investigation. On top of that, President Biden refuses to stop American taxpayer-funded research at that very Wuhan lab. It has been more than a year since the pandemic shut down the country. Today, nationwide coronavirus cases have dramatically decreased. America is finally getting back to normal. Businesses across the country are ready to reopen and welcome back customers. Unfortunately, President Biden's bonus, the new monthly unemployment checks being distributed on top of the already existing unemployment checks, is paying a premium for workers to remain at home rather than finding work. The data doesn't lie. There are nearly 8 million job openings in America right now, a new record. I've heard from countless small business owners in the Big First who cite the Biden bonus as the reason why they cannot find workers and completely reopen. While Communist China covers up COVID-19, President Biden is denying science, keeping people unemployed, and hurting America's prosperity. Under President Biden's policies, America loses. Winner two, the Mexican cartels. Loser, America. President Biden created a full-scale crisis at our southern border. He promised outright citizenship to more than 11 million illegal immigrants, placed a moratorium on deportations, and halted border wall construction. These lax policies lure drug cartels who in turn make hundreds of millions of dollars exploiting children. The cartels will even throw migrant children in the Rio Grande as a distraction to avoid being apprehended. The daily average of unaccompanied minors crossing the southern border has skyrocketed since President Biden took office. These policies also create chaos for Americans living near the border. American farmers and ranchers on the border are forced to check their livestock in the daylight as it is too dangerous for them to leave their homes at night. American families are keeping their kids indoors at all hours of the day. American law enforcement officers and Border Patrol are overworked and shorthanded. Meanwhile, President Biden and Vice President Harris have yet to visit the border and refuse to secure our country and enforce immigration laws. Under President Biden's policies, America loses. Winner three, socialism. Loser, America. Just a few weeks ago, later than any president in a transition year, President Biden released his $6 trillion budget. The budget is the most egregious, most short-sighted, and costliest budget in America has ever seen. President Biden's budget is a progressive wish list in disguise. He wants us funding the Green New Deal, spending $174 billion on subsidies to the electric car market and $40 billion to retain employees who lost their jobs after he blocked the Keystone Pipeline, all in an attempt to replace the oil and gas industry. He wants $63.5 billion for international spending, but none for America's longtime ally, Israel, clearly bowing to Democrats on their record of anti-Semitic language and slurs. And he refuses to protect our dollars from being spent on abortions, removing a pro-life protection that 77% of Americans support, and a protection even Biden supported for years before his presidential campaign. While socialists are pleased with Biden's latest spending spree, the economic disaster to follow will cripple American families' purchasing power and leave future generations with the crushing burden of the national debt. Under President Biden's policies, America loses. Sadly, the greatest loser of all of this is our freedom. The freedom to open our businesses and make a living when we choose, the freedom to own land without the fear of a land grab, the freedom of law-abiding Americans to own and use firearms, and the freedom to live out our faith without being persecuted by the government, the freedom to speak freely on college campuses, and the freedom to win. Our founding fathers ensured that these freedoms do not flow from a king, another country, or government, and they never will. Under freedom, America always wins. I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman from Kansas, and now it's my honor to introduce Congressman Jerry Carl of Alabama. Mr. Carl is a successful small business owner, valued member of the Armed Services and Natural Resources Committee, and I yield 2 minutes to the Congressman.
Congressman, for overseeing this and calling us together. I appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, thank you for your time, being patient with us here. Mr. Speaker, I want us to not forget. Let's not forget what we've gone through in the last year and a half. The last year and a half, I've seen a campaign that we've had to run through, talking through doors. We've had campaigns that were virtually unheard of in the past. Those of us that did win, we come to Washington. We were treated, all treated equally, but we were treated like a disease. We were locked down in a hotel. Our food was slipped to us through a plastic cover in a paper bag, and that's the way we lived for a week through orientation. Not blaming anyone. We had no idea what was going on. We all lived in fear. We all worried about this. But we're Americans, and we're tough. We're tough. So we've made it. We've made it so far. The changes we've seen, the disasters, the birthdays that we've missed, the parents that we have seen that have passed away without us being there with them. I mean, we've all lived through this, and we've got to reach across the aisle, and we've got to get America answers. Answers to where this pandemic actually started. So I encourage you to do that. Millions of lost jobs and necessary incomes, while countless others lost loved ones to the virus. Meanwhile, the American public is constantly being misled over the origins of this spread of this COVID-19. First, we need to declassify all information related to the origins of COVID-19. Then, we need to prohibit the National Institute of Health from giving funds to irresponsible foreign governments like China. And finally, we need to investigate the Chinese Communist Party's role in the origin and the spread of this virus. The evidence is clear that the Chinese Communist Party intentionally hid information and lied about the truth about this virus. It's time for answers, and it's time for us to hold them accountable for the spread of this horrific pandemic. The American people and the whole world deserves to know the truth. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stop, hesitate, and let's work together on this. Let's join together and find out the truth and prevent something like this from happening again. It's very important to this country and to this nation. With that, I yield back.
And thank my colleague from Alabama, and now, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Brian Babin, who represents Texas 36th District, is a lifelong resident of East Texas, and my colleague on the Transportation Infrastructure Committee and the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and I gladly yield 2 minutes.
Thank you, my good friend from Florida, former mayor. I'm a former mayor myself, so thank you very much for having this. Every single action that the Chinese Communist Party takes leaves me with no doubt that they are not friends of ours. For years, Beijing has stolen American intelligence, technology, and intellectual property in their relentless pursuit to supersede us as the #1 superpower in the world. So it should come as no surprise to anyone that more than a year after COVID-19 magically manifested itself and escaped China and took the world by storm, killing millions, we are still asking ourselves, how did it happen? Is there something that China is not telling us? Folks, the simple answer is yes. There's plenty that CCP is not telling us. We can't even begin to solve the question of how this happened until we start a formal investigation. Unfortunately, it's not just the CCP who refuses to allow a transparent and thorough investigation into the pandemic's origins. It's also my colleagues across the aisle. After all, secrecy and diversion seem to be a standard practice for both the Democrat Party and Beijing. Why are the Democrats refusing to allocate resources so that we can solve the problems and questions surrounding something this major? They're perfectly happy to spend $1.9 billion of your hard-earned tax dollars for security upgrades to the Capitol complex due to the events of January the 6th, where one person died, but cannot be bothered to spend a dime to investigate how 600,000 Americans died. There's mounting evidence that the COVID-19 pandemic started in a Chinese laboratory and that the Communist Chinese Party covered it up. Don't the more than 33 million Americans who have been infected with COVID and the loved ones of the more than, as I said, 600,000 Americans who passed away from it deserve an explanation? to blindly just believe that this global pandemic started from a bat in a wet market in the very same city where genetic analyses of coronaviruses are done at the Wuhan Institute of Virology without doing any sort of an investigation is a dereliction of our duty. It is inexcusable and downright ignorant. This administration and this Congress must hold the Communist Chinese Party's feet to the fire and give us some answers. We deserve the truth, and I yield back.
Thank you to my good friend from Texas. And now, Mr. Speaker, my friend and colleague from the state of Florida, Mr. Franklin, has served as a naval aviator in the U.S. Navy for 26 years, and thank you for your service. I will yield 2 minutes to the congressman from Florida representing Florida's 15th District.
Well, thank you to my friend and colleague from Florida. Because of its great weather, beautiful beaches, and low taxes, a friend who once served as my congressman liked to say that for many around the country, Florida is the reward for a life well lived. As liberal states continue to run their governments into the ground and the pandemic has accelerated our ability to work remotely, it's no longer just retirees who are moving to the Sunshine State in droves. In fact, nearly 330,000 have relocated there in the past year alone. With its strategic location along Central Florida's I-4 corridor, Florida's 15th Congressional District is one of the fastest growing areas in the country. Our current transportation infrastructure is already inadequate, and it's a problem that will only accelerate going forward unless we act now. I'm sure many communities across the country can relate. Both sides of the aisle can agree that our nation's highways, airports, water infrastructure, ports, and broadband networks are the arteries of our national commerce and worthy investments of taxpayer money. The good news is Republicans are taking the lead to meet these infrastructure needs. First, we're proposing a major overhaul of our federal project review and permitting processes. When I formerly served on the board of the Transportation Planning Organization in my home district, we routinely had critical needs that waited years for funding. Some of those have still not been funded, so speeding up that process is a critical first step. We're also proposing a $450 billion framework that will make crucial investments in our nation's transportation system, water infrastructure, and broadband networks. This framework represents an investment in the real infrastructure Americans need, not bizarre reinterpretations of infrastructure or partisan pet projects. Congress has talked about infrastructure investment for years. It's time to put words into actions. I hope the President will continue to listen to voices on both sides of the aisle to enact a bipartisan solution to our country that it so desperately needs. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman. And now, Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Diana Hashberger of Tennessee has been a successful pharmacist and business owner for over 3 decades, and I will yield 2 minutes to the Congresswoman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Carlos, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak about the important need for an investigation into China's role in the origin of COVID-19. More than 600,000 Americans and 3.8 million people have died worldwide from the virus, and now it's becoming more evident than ever that the virus may have originated from a leak at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. It's also clear that China withheld critical information at the beginning of the pandemic to cover up how deadly the virus could become. We have demanded an investigation to find out what Chinese Communist Party leaders knew and when they knew it. My colleagues from across the aisle have blocked our attempts. Millions have died and countless others have suffered from the economic effects of the pandemic. The American people deserve answers as to how the outbreak originated, and the Chinese Communist Party must be held accountable if they're responsible for the outbreak and its global spread. The bottom line is this: China lied and people did die. We need an investigation now. And I yield back, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Speaker, Congressman Rob Whitman of Virginia is an experienced government official. We share a common background in local government, having both served as mayors. And I will yield 2 minutes to the former mayor and the current congressman from Virginia.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, over 3.8 million people across the world have died from COVID-19. Over 600,000 Americans have died. We deserve to know how the COVID-19 pandemic began. There's mounting evidence to show that the Wuhan Institute of Virology is a probable source of that. If you look at the assertions by China to say that this was transmitted naturally from a bat through a wet market, things just don't add up. If you look at the information we've gotten from our intelligence communities, if you look at what we have seen to this point across the whole spectrum, we deserve to know exactly what's happened. And if we want to uncover the truth behind COVID-19, if we're serious about preventing future pandemics, if we're serious about holding China accountable, then I believe we need to do everything we can to follow the science. And by profession and by education, I'm a biologist. In fact, I worked in and ran laboratories for years, laboratories that handled pathogenic organisms. And I can tell you the things that need to be done to uncover exactly what happened at the Wuhan lab. It doesn't make sense to look at the assertions that China makes and somehow believe that that is indeed the case. I don't think that this is a random event. I do believe that there are links to the Wuhan lab that must have an independent and thoughtful evaluation of exactly what happened. We have to force China to allow a free, objective, and independent evaluation of exactly what happened at the Wuhan Institute of Virology and determine what role did it play in the origins of this pandemic. We have to do that. I want to ensure the investigation happens and that we hold Chinese officials accountable, and that's why I introduced the World Deserves to Know Act, because indeed the world deserves to know. And the World Deserves to Know Act will sanction key Chinese officials in their Centers for Disease Control, in their National Health Commission, who obfuscated data, the data necessary to determine exactly what happened. To also, through our intelligence gathering, to identify those individuals in the Chinese Communist Party that persecuted scientists, that persecuted citizen journalists that sought to divulge the truth about what happened there. There must be a free, open, and independent evaluation that is allowed in order for us to know. Again, the world deserves to know. In the meantime, what my bill would do is also to prohibit funding from going to China from any U.S. institution, our universities, our colleges, any place that would send money either to the National Health Commission or any entity associated with the National Health Commission, like the Wuhan lab, for the research that we've seen going on there, the gain-of-function research. We have to make sure that that happens. I want to make sure, too, that we identify where have dollars gone from the U.S., from the National Institutes of Health, or any other governmental entity, or any entity associated with our federal government, state governments, or local governments that may have sent money to China for gain-of-function research. We have to know exactly where the money went, where it came from, and who was the decision maker about how that money got there. And that needs to go all the way up through our bureaucracies, not only at the federal level, but at the state level also. Anywhere where there's an association, that needs to be known. I want to make sure, too, that my bill allows Taiwan observer status in the World Health Organization to make sure that they check China's malign influence over the organization. Taiwan was at the very beginning of making sure that this was transparent. This is not about political gamesmanship. This is about getting to the truth, not only for the sake of truth for itself, but to make sure the United States never suffers another pandemic like the one we've just endured. And I hope that all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will join me in holding China accountable and supporting and co-sponsoring the World Deserves to Know Act. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, now I have Doug LaMalfa from California, Congressman Doug LaMalfa from California's 1st District. He serves on agriculture and transportation infrastructure, and I will yield 1 minute at this time. I only have, I think, 1 minute, correct? 2 minutes. I will yield 2 minutes. I have 2 minutes. Thank you.
All right. I appreciate my colleague from Florida for the time tonight for leading this. Well, we talk a lot about infrastructure around here, but the American people wonder, what is that going to actually mean coming out here? Well, it really needs to be focused on things that we are short of, what would be fixing our highways, fixing our bridges, things like that. But in California, where I come from, the subject is water. Water storage is desperately needed. We've had some years of drought, but we also have not added to our water storage in a significant way in 40 years. So with the growing population, the growing need, For example, what does that mean to all Americans, not just Californians? The food we eat. The top crops in California that are grown approximately 99% or more in California are almonds, artichokes, celery, figs, garlic, raisins, kiwis, honeydew, nectarines, olives, cling peaches, pistachios, plums, sweet rice, and walnuts. So if California's not growing those items, where do you intend to get those? On the almonds especially, California grows all the domestic production Americans use and 77% of global production. We've also produced 92% of the nation's avocados, grapes, lemons, and mandarins. No avocados, no guacamole. What are we going to do, import all this? We have to be producing this stuff in the state of California. So what does that mean? We need to invest in water infrastructure. We can be raising Shasta Dam, which is a federal project. 18 feet yields over 600,000 new acre feet for these crops. We could be building sites reservoirs. Both of these have been invested in slightly by the federal government lately. We need to do much more because we're the leading state in so much of these important products that Americans actually use. So we got to talk a lot more about water storage.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence, and I yield my time back. Thank you.
Under Speaker announced policy January 4th, 2021, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, for 30 minutes. Mr. Owens.
Thank you. I'd like to once again highlight our newest federal holiday, Juneteenth, or Emancipation Day. For Americans who are not familiar with this day, it's been celebrated within the black community for over 150 years. It was a day when the message finally reached black Texans living in Galveston that slavery was over and they were indeed free. The Emancipation Proclamation was signed by President Abraham Lincoln on September 22nd, 1862. The Union General Gordon Granger arrived with over 2,000 troops to deliver this message to the former slaves June 19th, 1865, 3 years later. The lesson that can be learned from this special day is twofold. For almost 3 years, black Texans lived as slaves at a time when the price had already been paid for them to live free. As it was in Juneteenth, 1865, it's going to be the Republican Party that delivers a message to my race. You are free. In America, a land of freedom, success is a personal choice. It is not easy, nor is it guaranteed. But if you choose to dream, work, sacrifice, and remain patient, you can, regardless of your skin color, live your American dream. The remarkable success of the late 1800s all-black Greenwood community speaks to the tenacity, pride, innovation, and entrepreneurial spirit of a race that rose in less than 50 years from slavery. Its destruction in 1921, within 12 hours, also highlights the vulnerability of the American dream in the absence of the rule of law. Deep Greenwood, referred to as Little Africa and Black Wall Street, was the most wealthy and prosperous black community in America in the early 1900s. During the 1820s, several successful and prominent black Americans, black entrepreneurs, were drawn to Oklahoma due to a nationwide economic depression and discovery of oil. The local economy boomed, with blacks in Tulsa representing all professional occupations, from day laborers, cooks, shoe shines, to physicians, school teachers, and entrepreneurs. Racism and the influence of Jim Crow laws made it so that blacks could work in white America, in white areas, but in the city could not spend their money there. This led to the creation of Deep Greenwood. With business dollars circulating only within their own community, many blacks began to buy land and start their businesses. Black Wall Street became the center of town, featuring restaurants, jewelry stores, hotels, theaters, places of worship, and 3 black newspapers. By the way, in the 1960s when I was growing up, this describes my segregated community, a community of entrepreneurs where across our country, 50 to 60% of black Americans belong to the middle class. Over 600 business owners helped Black Wall Street become an influential, including a funeral parlor, barbershops, the dental and medical offices, schools, libraries, a hospital, insurance and loan companies, an airline charter service, a bus service, international businesses, and nightclubs. The black community was thriving, and their collective success rivaled that of Tulsa. But in these times of racism and deep prejudice, the success of Black Wall Street created a tinderbox of tension. On May 30th, 1921, a 17-year-old white woman accused Dick Rowland, a black shoeshiner, of criminally assaulting her. When he actually stepped on her foot, she slapped him. In response, he grabbed her arm to prevent him from hitting him. Realizing a self-defense move might cause problems, he fled the scene. The next day, he was jailed. The Tulsa Tribune printed a story announcing that a Negro would be lynched tonight. 3 hours after the Tulsa Tribune released the story, hundreds of white men gathered in the Tulsa courtroom where Rowland was being held. Many blacks who wanted to protect Rowland from being lynched rushed to the courthouse to defend him. False rumors about the incident caused a struggle between white protesters and blacks in front of the courthouse. Shots rang out, and 12 men were killed. As the fighting continued, Tulsa whites began an all-out assault on Deep Greenwood, including dropping firebombs from the air. Fire engulfed the entire black district. Deep Greenwood burned all day, May 31st. At the end of the attack, Black Wall Street was no longer standing. In total, 300 people were murdered. 35 acres of commercial and residential property were destroyed. 1,400 homes and businesses were looted and burned. 10,000 people were left homeless. $1.8 million in damage, which is in today's dollar amounts would be $27 million. It was estimated the total loss being valued at $200 million in today's dollars. Over 600 businesses were destroyed, and as is today, these businesses were the engine that powered the self-sufficient middle class. By the time the police chief asked the National Guard to help quell the Negro uprising, it was too late. The city was already destroyed. A grand jury held him responsible for dereliction of duty. He was removed from office, found guilty in a trial, but never served any time in jail. I'd like to introduce you to some of the leaders, the black leaders in Deep Greenwood, Oklahoma. The City of Millionaires. Dr. A.C. Jackson, a physician, transcended the color line, servicing both black and white patients. He was considered the most skilled black surgeon in America with a net worth of over $100,000, which in 2019 would be a value of over $1 million. Dr. Jackson was murdered during that massacre at age 40. E.W. Woods was the first principal of the all-black Booker T. Washington High School. Woods set the standards for high expectations of school. John Stanford was the owner of a 45-room luxury hotel in Greenwood, the largest black-owned and operated hotel in Oakland, and one of the few black-owned hotels in the United States. He was the son of an escaped slave and came to Oklahoma in 1899 and was the wealthiest man on Black Wall Street. Simon Berry owned a nickel ride jitney service, a bus line, a boutique hotel, and a chartered plane service. John Williams, in the 1911 luxury touring Northwalk. This couple launched multiple venues, a theater, a confectionery, a rooming house, and a garage. Buck Franklin, an attorney in Deep Greenwood, he was known for defending the survivors of Greenwood Massacre. He was also the father of civil rights advocates and historian John Hope Franklin. These successful black leaders all faced darkness of the 1921 massacre. John Stanford's hotel laid in ruins after the burning of the Deep Greenwood and was never rebuilt. Stanford was indicted for inciting a riot and fled Greenwood. The Mount Sinai Black Baptist Church was just 40 days old and was destroyed. The cost to rebuild and furnish was $137,000. During the riot, homes were looted and burned, and thousands of black people were left homeless. There were 88 indictments served against blacks and whites alike, but all charges were either dismissed or ignored. The KKK used the massacre as a recruiting tool, stating that the riot was the best thing that ever happened to Tulsa, and sold postcards in Tulsa's downtown streets to raise money. Republican Representative Dyer of Missouri introduced a federal anti-lynching bill, the Dyer Anti-Lynching Bill. Democrats in the Senate delayed the bill and eventually killed it. Between 1882 and 1968, nearly 200 anti-lynching bills were introduced in Congress, and 7 U.S. presidents between 1890 and 1952 also asked Congress to pass a federal anti-lynching law. All efforts failed to pass due to stalling tactics by the Democratic Congress and Senate. The comparison of 1921 Tulsa and the 2020 summer can be summarized in these words: a lack of rule of law. In 1921, what had taken 9 decades to build in Greenwood was destroyed within a matter of 12 hours. 99 years later, destroyed within hours. Following the murder of George Floyd, riots stretched throughout our country in predominantly black urban cities. Over the summer of 2020, more than 1,500 businesses, residents, and government buildings were destroyed, along with the lives of 25 Americans. Jeremiah Ellison, a councilman in Minnesota, where police precinct house itself was set afire, advised the mayor to leave the vandals alone. The focus of anger is the police and this building, he reasoned. If we let the crowd do its thing, we might spare the neighborhood. History will forever note how wrong he was. In Portland, Oregon, the summer riots of 2020 have resulted in $23 million lost, and yet the Portland mayor, Ted Wheeler, tweeted that federal officers were bringing violence and life-threatening tactics to the city. The best thing we can do is to stay inside. The best thing they can do is stay inside of their building or leave Portland altogether, he said. In Kenosha, Wisconsin, over half the people arrested in the aftermath were from out of town. Property damage topped $50 million and put close to 40 businesses out of business. Even in my own Salt Lake City, cop cars were burned. A Salt Lake City Council chairman declared that overturning and burning a police cruiser was a small sacrifice over physical clashes between officers and civilians. In the meanwhile, 21 police officers were injured. At the end of the summer riots of 2020, over 20 states witnessed violent riots with insurance claims between $1 to $2 billion. And once again, most tragically, 25 American citizens lost their lives, including a respected retired black officer who was murdered in cold blood protecting the store of a friend. In New York City, politicians passed no-bill laws allowing criminals and rioters to return to the streets the very next night to loot and again attack New York City police. In Portland, as the city is still reeling and businesses remain hostages to criminals, thousands of rioters' charges have been dropped. We must learn several things from our history. Whether it be the destruction of 1921 Black Wall Street businesses or 2020 Black urban cities throughout our nation, consistent is the pattern of failure of elected officials to uphold the rule of law. Instead of championing Black and minority business owners, many of these officials stood aside as matadors as these communities were destroyed. Consistent with the acts in 1921 and that of 2020, with the criminal predators' justification always in the name of so-called racial justice. From these two dark chapters, accountability must be a lesson learned. As we demand equal opportunity for all Americans, for life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness and property, we the people become more unified and free. Thank you. I yield back.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate and noon legislative business.